Mic check. I think a mic is working now. That's exactly what I expected. I expected you wouldn't be able to see me, but guess what? I know how to fix this one. I don't know what it is, but for some reason, when I open up Streamlabs, at first I have to go click on the camera and then it pops up. Let's just pretend that we didn't have that rough start this morning. Let's just pretend that none of that happened and this was all just a very normal start of the day. I've checked the mic with Jen. I think she can hear me now. I think everybody can hear me. So I don't know.
Does it count as a? I don't know if Bree had time to put up the poll of will you mute? Does this count? Did it count it as mute?
I think the audience has to decide that, but I want it on record. None of this was my fault. Everything was going fine. I have no idea what happened.
Typical male behavior.
I checked everything but Discord.
No accountability for anything.
Well, where's your accountability? You didn't even babysit me this morning. I haven't heard from you all morning.
I'm sorry.
So typical Jen responsibility there.
All right.
Let's get started. Lee said, hoping this will make the stream work. Bowsy, after 8 months in a row of subscribing on Twitch, said, hello, fellow American. You should vote me. I leave power. Good. Thank you. If you vote me, I'm hot. What? Taxes. They'll be lower soon. The Democratic vote for me is the right thing to do, Philadelphia. So do. You get that, Jen? That is an excellent reference.
I have no idea what you're saying.
It's always that's a campaign speech written by Charlie on It's Always Sunny in Philadelphia. It's one of my favorite episodes. Yeah.
I didn't really watch that show.
Oh, God.
I don't watch a whole lot of TV.
Oh, you should watch that show. It's unbelievable. All right. While you're here, just do your announcements. Might as well while we're here.
All right. So first, Jay needs to update the gift goal in that top left-hand corner.
Fuck.
There is, when he gets that fixed, that is our gift goal. We need to hit that each day. This is our job. We do this Monday through Friday from 9:30 to 1 Pacific time. So Venmos, Cash App, PayPal, Super Chats all go towards knocking out the rest of that gift goal. If you haven't subscribed to us already, please do so. You can subscribe wherever you're watching. We have 4 different memberships on YouTube. On Twitch, you can use your Amazon Prime sub. And since you get banned so often on TikTok, I need to go relook at what we have for our subscriptions for TikTok. But I mean, knock on wood, that'll be a good place to be there as well. So if you guys disagree with RTP, you guys can come on and talk to him in real time. There's someone who is waiting that wants to come on and talk. I have to vet him first a little bit because he's messaged me a lot.
Whoever this is ready to debate, they've been very anxious. They've been blowing Jen up all weekend, so Jen's not happy about this.
Well, and he wants to talk to Joel. I'm guessing that he thinks Jay's name is Joel. But anyway, check out our link tree. We are on most social media platforms. We've got merch. Jay's on Cameo. And we upload these episodes to Spotify. So if you guys want to help make a dent in the gift goal sooner rather than later, that would be awesome. And then, why couldn't Moses believe his eyes when he saw the Red Sea part?
I don't know.
because he was born in denial.
No, you gotta go. You gotta no. All right, thanks, Jen. That's one of my favorite ones. Shit, I might have left a drink in the freezer. Son of a bitch, I might have to take a minute. Let me see if the babysitter is still here. Hold on one second. This has been a nightmare morning. That'll be bad. We're gonna hear an explosion here in a little bit. All right, there we go. What a fucking start to the morning. If you, I needed this. I think I need this more than anybody. I don't think we do enough motivational content here. I don't think we talk enough about how to improve your lives. This is just a minute video that you can watch every day. You could start your morning with this every day and go out and crush. But here at RTPTalks, we don't talk about how to crush near enough. And so I wanted you guys to see this video.
5 a.m.
Do you wake up at 5?
Running.
Wow. I'm up at 3.
Right.
Yeah.
Sorry, I meant 5 a.m. is my second run. 3 a.m.
Right.
First run.
Right, there you go. First run. And then
ice bath.
While I'm in an ice bath.
Ice bath.
Just made 100K.
Easy.
Trading.
Done.
Then I do my reading.
Crypto.
Yes.
Right.
An hour of meditation.
Mm-hmm. Affirmations.
I
am rich, I am sexy, I am healthy.
5 hours.
Easy.
Then it's 10 a.m.
Mm-hmm.
Some people just started a day.
Right.
I just built an empire. Do you know what I mean?
I'm finished.
I'm finished.
Spent.
I've lived my life.
Take a little nap.
Yes.
Plunge pool.
Right.
Back out.
By 6 p.m., I've birthed 3 children.
By 7, I've created 4.
That's insane. But you know what, yeah? By 8 p.m., I've died. Beat that.
9 p.m, resurrection.
Right.
Ice bath.
Right. Yeah.
Ice bath. Post-resurrection.
Reincarnation.
Does the resurrection count if you don't take an ice bath after? I don't know the rules on this, but I don't think the resurrection counts. Jesus, from what I understand, that's why it took a while for him to come see some people. He's resurrected, and he took 3 days worth of ice baths and had to check his crypto. Had to go invest in to being a slumlord, and then he showed up for the people. But first things first. Listen, being hung on a cross, that'll take it out of you. Resurrection, that'll take it out of you. Laying on a stone, that'll take it out of you. Removing the stone that's guarding your tomb, that'll take it out of you. And so I do think it's good. If you are going to resurrect, don't forget an ice bath, guys. We got to take care of our bodies. We got to take care of our minds. Because if you don't, you're not going to crush. And it's important to crush. I didn't know Zateo News did comedy. I had no idea. Maybe it's not. This is Cory Booker's political consultant. And we get a sneak peek into the political consultants letting Cory Booker know how to operate his day-to-day life.
People are always asking me, how is it that Cory Booker appears like such a fighter without actually fighting for anything? That's where I come in.
Kobo, my dude. Did you see the new polling? I know. People think you're really doing something.
I knew that Cory was a generational talent back in 2017 when he made history by testifying against Jeff Sessions during his confirmation hearing for Attorney General. And then 2 days later, he voted against importing cheap prescription drugs from Canada. It was probably to appease his pharma donors. I had never seen anyone virtue signal so gracefully. So effortless.
From now on, Cory Booker is Kobo, by the way. From now, good point, VLM.
I was like, I have to work with this guy. You probably saw Cory's most recent Senate speech where he just laid into Trump and the Democrats.
It's time for Democrats to have a backbone. It's time for us to fight. It's time for us to draw lines.
Seeing that, you probably never guessed that Cory actually voted to confirm a handful of Trump's cabinet nominees like Scott Bessent and Marco Rubio, and he was the only Democrat to vote to confirm Charles Kushner as ambassador to France. No one does it like Cory. The 25-hour floor speech, that was huge for us. Not only did he break the record previously held by Strom Thurmond, not only did he speak out against Trump's authoritarian agenda, not only did he show Democratic voters that he is ready to fight, actually, that is only what he did. And that's the point. Just from that floor speech, we raised $10 million in donations, and we got an entire book deal without having to lift a finger. No legislation passed, no procedural pushback, no substantive wins of any kind. That's how we do it. I'm not gonna lie, the Israel stuff has been really tough on Cory. I mean, obviously it's been tougher on Palestinians in Gaza, but I think Corey is a close second. Corey and Netanyahu are buddies. Can you blame Corey for wanting to help out his buddy?
It's true.
Who was indicted by the International Criminal Court for war crimes? Turns out the answer is yes, because a lot of people are pissed.
No one cares how Andy Kim voted on the weapons package, all right? Everyone still thinks that Bob Menendez is the other senator from New Jersey. Yeah, I miss Bob too.
I mean, at one point, Corey called me up and he said, I'm seeing these images coming out of Gaza. Maybe it's time for us to rethink our unwavering support of Israel. And then I reminded him we already took the AIPAC money, so we just stopped talking about it. The Zohran Mamdani endorsement. Look, I told Corey to just say, I have learned a long time ago, let New York politics be New York politics. And no one's going to point out that you have historically been very involved in New York politics.
Whoops.
Oh, they did point it out. When you have a fresh, exciting, up-and-coming politician like Zohran come along who is energizing the base and activating new voters, we as Democrats need to support a candidate like that. Unless they are challenging our donors or critical of Israel, in which case we need to bury them. People are already asking if Corey's gearing up for a 2028 presidential run, and I keep telling them all Corey cares about right now is saying he will defend democracy, saying he will stop Donald Trump, saying he will fight in the great state of Israel, I mean, New Jersey. But yeah, I am already working on the campaign poster.
All right, look, I know some people might be upset. We're not going to be super nice to Democrats today. And it's not because like I don't think in a world where I have to choose between Democrats and Republicans that I'm not going to choose Democrats like 99% of the time, because I am. I just want a better choice. I want to feel good about the people I vote for, and I think like right now we're at this tipping point. Like we can roll out more Cory Bookers or Hakeem Jeffries or Chuck Schumers, or we can replace them with people who actually want to get things done. Speaking of getting things done, though, I want to shout out to our National Guard. I saw a video from Good Trouble this morning explaining that they're not getting their pay. I guess like after 30 days, they're entitled to I don't even know what you call it. I forget what you call it, but like basically if you're doing your job as a National Guardsman, or your duty pay. Is it called duty pay? Somebody that's served, you can let me know. I think it's called duty pay. They're not going to get that. But here was them last Friday. This is what they're doing to keep the city safe. Now, I showed you a video of them picking up trash. Apparently, they got all the trash, and now we're mulching.
So here's the National Guard doing landscaping.
Active duty pay. Yeah, thank you. Combat pay. Thank you.
In McPherson
Deployment pay. Seems like nobody knows. Deployment pay, active duty, combat. It's one of those.
Park in D.C. You see, they fired the D.C. Parks Department of 200 down to 20. So then they bring in the National Guard from all over the country to do landscaping in D.C. This is government efficiency right here, folks. This is what you voted for right here. This is incredible.
I want to know who this guy is in the suit. Like, listen, the mulch needs to be 4 inches in depth, and it needs to be evenly distributed. Like, who's the dude in the suit that his job is to go out and tell the members of the National Guard how to spread this mulch? That's a real job in America right now. In this administration, they got a mulch guy. You got a landscaping guy.
This is insanity. And also really hilarious. So here.
All right, there we go. Moving on here. We last left off on Thursday. I think the school shooting was on. I think that was Wednesday, wasn't it? I can't remember if it was Thursday or Wednesday. And the White House decided to roll out. What is his name? Brandon Tatum. He's a right-wing influencer. I see him all the time when I see him making videos all the time. And what I will tell you about him and virtually everybody else on the right is that it is so fucking easy to do what they do. All you have to do is say your opinion and then claim that anybody who doesn't share your opinion has no common sense and that their brain doesn't properly work. You don't ever have to like cite a source or a study. You don't have to use statistics or data. All you have to do is just say like, here's my opinion. And if you don't agree with this opinion, you have no common sense and you are brain dead. So a few days after, parents are mourning the loss of their children. Friends of ours like Brett Cross, who have to relive this every time there's another school shooting, are struggling. Parents like myself sending our kids to school, just wondering, like, is our school next? This is what they roll out with.
Associated with the shooting that occurred the other day, and I want to ask the question of, we know that it's not a gun thing. Any rational person knows it's not a gun thing.
That's such a fucking insane thing to say. I don't know how this works on Republicans. I have no fucking clue how this works for you. What do you mean it's not a gun thing? It's not a gun by itself thing. We might lose TikTok today. TikTok might go down today. Just a reminder, everybody that's here on TikTok, we are on YouTube and Twitch. That's where most of our audience is. So if we go down today, there's a place for you over on TikTok or YouTube and Twitch. You can head over there. But like, how do you come up with that logic? I'm sorry, I don't remember the last time there was one of these mass shooter events that took place with like a slingshot or nunchucks or a bow staff. It absolutely is a gun thing. Like that's why they keep using them. That's why they keep using weapons that fire rapidly. Right? They're not showing up with a stick. They're not showing up with boxing gloves. They keep showing up with the same thing. So it absolutely is a gun thing. The question is, what do we do about it? That's the question. But this is what being on the right is. It's just total protectionism. And I'm going to get to some of this with some criticisms I'm going to have on the left. But like this protectionism of the Second Amendment, where they say like, we're not even going to talk about it. It's not even worth talking about this. Everybody knows that it's not a problem with the guns. It's something else. So we're not even going to talk about that.
We know it's a mental health issue. So I want to know from you, what is President Trump and the White House going to do to address mental health issues around the country associated with these shootings? And the second thing is Chicago. You know,
like if I have a kid, I don't mean to say like mental health, but I'm just trying to like relate this to me. Like, but if let's say you have a kid who, when they get frustrated, like they punch or something or they kick, would you give your kid a knife? No. Would you make it easier for that kid to get something that they can hit you with? Of course not. Of course you wouldn't. If it's a mental health thing, then why aren't we doing anything about their access to guns? Right? Like, also, what the fuck are you guys doing about mental health? And he's asking the question. So I appreciate Tatum here for at least asking the question out of this administration. What are you going to do about mental health? But and here's the answer.
Anybody with a connected brainstem knows that Chicago's crime is out of control. And young black men are getting killed, laying dead in the middle of the streets every single day in Chicago.
So now we're going to move the goalpost. We're not going to talk about school shootings anymore. Now we're going to talk about Chicago, and we're going to talk about crime by black men. We're going to leave the part where these mass unalivings take place, largely at the hands of white men. We're going to move. We're not going to talk about that anymore. Now we're going to Chicago, and we're going to move the conversation onto black men.
No president has addressed any of these issues. And so what is the White House going to do to address issues in their capacity to deal with the conflict and violence in Chicago?
Sure. Well, to your first question about this shooting in Minnesota, right now, the administration is focused on helping the people of Minnesota. It's been less than a day, of course, since this tragedy happened. We have federal law enforcement on the ground assisting local law enforcement. This investigation is ongoing. There's still a lot of facts to understand about these circumstances.
Okay, so let's talk about the ones we do understand. Here are the facts. A person with a history of mental health issues who posted their mental health, there's the ban on TikTok. A person with mental health issues who has posted their mental health issues publicly on the internet shot up a school. That's what we know. Now, if that person didn't have access to a gun, could they have shot people in the school? Nope. That's what we know so far. So we're going to need an answer to like one of those things. What are you going to do for any of these things? So far, what you've said is we are investigating. Cool. No matter what you find in the investigation, how is it going to change the reality that we currently live in? What are you going to do to change that? Spoiler, they're not going to do anything. It is a reality in the United States of America that it is guns, children. Right to bear arms, is more important than the right to keep our children alive. We are the only country this happens in. We have more guns than people. We're the only ones. This is just like healthcare where we haven't figured this out. And we have created a religious tie to firearms. Like, it is religious. There are many people who believe in the Second Amendment. Like, it is more important to them for the Second Amendment than it is whatever their religion might be. And for what? For what reason? Like, I understand the people historically, like, well, it's there to take on a tyrannical government. Bro, you are fucked against a tyrannical government. You can buy every weapon that you have available to you, and you are toast. You have no shot to stand up to a tyrannical government. None. And part of that is like the same people who are like, I need this to stand up to a tyrannical government. You're also the ones cheerleading the government, breaking the Constitution, and sicking troops on their own people. You're the same people. I do not buy any of this shit from any of you. You're lying. And you're lying because for some reason you have an emotional, religious attachment to guns. You cannot lie about this any longer. Nobody should allow you to lie about this any longer. That's why nothing changes. It's a gun cult. It 100% is. I have them. Other people in my life have them. I have friends of mine that would say like I would give them up in an instant if we could protect kids. And I have other people that are like, no, it's a mental health issue. Cool. So what are you doing about mental health? Are you expanding access to mental health? Have the Republicans ever expanded access to mental health services? No. Every time you guys get in office, you cut access to mental health. You say instead of saying that these are mental health issues, you demonize people with mental health. You want to do what Russia did mostly because you're lazy thinkers. It is the easiest, most brain-dead, lazy take in the world to say, let's take people with mental health issues and let's lock them up. Let's throw them in an asylum. The lack of like critical thinking, the lack of ideas coming from the right. How do you have the same fucking ideas for 50 years? You're never going to come up with a new idea. There's never been a lazier group of human beings ever to exist. You guys all show up with the same beliefs your grandpa had, and then you just say that anybody who doesn't have them stupid, and you all sit around and circle jerk like, oh, Ronald Reagan was right. You haven't changed a goddamn thing ever. So look, she's not going to have an answer for this. They're never going to give you expanded access. She said she was going to answer his question about mental health. What did she say? We'll tell you guys later. Right now we're investigating. What the fuck do you need to investigate when it comes to mental health? Do we have a mental health problem in this country or not? You guys say that all trans people have mental health issues. You guys demonize trans people like crazy. 1, no. 2, do something. And 3, do something about other people too. But instead, all you do is blame. There's nothing you guys like more than just pointing the finger. Can we please solve a fucking problem at some point? At some point in this country, Republicans, are you guys going to get on board with solving a single solitary fucking problem other than just like you being bitches? At any point. How about this administration? You going to solve a fucking problem? I had 4 years of you guys. Inflation. What are you doing to solve inflation? Not a goddamn thing. Making it worse. What problems are you planning on solving? I know of one. You've scared immigrants so much that we have less immigrants coming into this country. We're spending hundreds of millions of dollars to deport immigrants. At the same time, like we have people who can't find workers. We have more people than ever living paycheck to paycheck. We have inflation rising. We have prices rising. All of our allies are abandoning us. All of our allies are mocking us. Everybody we've ever done trade with is looking to do trade with somebody else. What problem are Republicans fixing? Other than it makes you feel good. Well, I was a dipshit the whole time for 4 years, and I could never make a solid point. And now that Trump won, I win by proxy. I've won. How much longer are you guys going to hang on this election? How much longer are you going to talk about Joe Biden? Are you ever going to do a goddamn thing to make things better for everyday people in this country? Or is it just Donald Trump for you? Whatever Trump says goes. There's not a goddamn thing he's done that is making your life better. And again, the phone lines are open. You guys are welcome to come up and explain to me what Donald Trump's doing for this country. I want to show you this. Todd Blanche, this is the attorney that went and interviewed Ghislaine Maxwell. I finally listened to that tape. Disgusting. He's playing patty cake with Ghislaine Maxwell. There's nobody should believe a word she said. She lied a million times, and he did nothing to stop that. But here's Todd Blanche now trotting out with a new conspiracy theory.
Today you saw something extraordinary in Washington, D.C., and by extraordinary, I mean disgusting. In the middle of the night, at 3:30 a.m., a local judge in D.C. enjoined the Department of Justice, ICE, and DHS from sending Guatemalan children back to their parents in Guatemala. Now,
all right. That sounds bad. I think everybody here agrees that if children's parents are in Guatemala and we have custody of those children and their parents are saying like, hey, we want our children, we should help facilitate that return. Right? So did the judge at this point, now we have to assume that the judge knows that all these children are waiting to be reunited with their parents. And because liberals want illegal immigrants in this country so bad that they have decided to put a stop to this rogue liberal judge. I want to know, do you dumb motherfuckers really think that? Do you honestly think that? You honestly think a judge stepped in the middle of the night and said, I don't want to return these kids back to their parents? You all know he's lying. And this is my problem with every fucking Republican right now. They never tell you the truth, ever. Fucking ever. Is that what happened? I'll read you the story, but I want you to listen to this. He frames this as a rogue judge in the middle of the night said these kids can't be reunited with their parents.
now think about that. Think about that for a minute.
Okay.
In the middle of the night, without even asking the government for their position, this judge enjoined the conduct of ICE and DHS. What she said is that notwithstanding...
Do you think that? Do you think honestly, do you think this judge just did this? That there was no hearing, there was no understanding of anything? Is that what do you honestly believe this? You believe that a judge by themselves for no fucking reason in the middle of the night just issued an order? That's not even how any of this works. None of this could not happen. A judge can't make a ruling without what? A case. So obviously there's a case. Why is he not talking about the case?
The work that the State Department have done and working with the Guatemalan government for over a month to identify children who were smuggled into this country away from their parents, who are now sitting in foster homes and orphanages around this country, to send them back to their parents in Guatemala. This judge said, nope, you cannot do it. In the middle of the night.
Well, you have a really good Solicitor General and a really good appellate division, so I'm going to put my money on y'all. Boy, you can't sleep. I mean,
how about Fox News? Fox News like, hey, I'm not going to fact check a single fucking word of that. My name is Trey Gowdy. I don't know how, but somehow my face is getting taller every day. I used to have a normal size face, but like Pinocchio, every time I lie, my face gets taller instead of my nose going out. I don't understand this. I now also have a mullet. Now, I'm not going to push back on any of your claims. All I'm going to do is suck your dick and say that you guys are so great. My money is on you. Journalism at its finest with Fox News. Guy repeats like 4 lies, and instead of like, hey, could I ask you a question about those things you said? Hey, can we push back on some of those things? Did the judge really just come up with this in the middle of the night? He's like, no, sir, if you see right here where my mouth is, and it's hard, it seems like that's where my neck should be. But again, my head is too tall, so now my mouth is very low on my face. That's where you're going to insert your penis while I suck it off and let you lie on national TV. Trey Gowdy signing off. Let's talk about what really happened. Let's look at the actual article here. This is they're citing a political article here. Please tell me how this thing going. Okay, this is Sukinen, who was representing the DHS Judge Sparkle Suknanen. That's the judge. It was just after 4 a.m., so they got that wrong. But the judge said, I have the government attempting to remove minor children from this country in the wee hours of the morning on a holiday weekend, which is surprising, but here we are. The judge also said, I have conflicting narratives from both sides here. Uh-oh. Looks like they heard from both sides. Uh-oh. Seems like that thing that he just said where he didn't ever check with the other side didn't happen. Seems like the judge heard two different arguments here. That what she heard from the advocates for the children doesn't quite line up with what I'm getting from the government. The roughly 600 children arrived in the United States alone and are currently in the custody of the Department of Health and Human Services Office of Refugee Resettlement. According to lawyers for the children, the administration is preparing to send them back to Guatemala without notice or a chance to contest their deportation, in some cases abruptly halting pending immigration proceedings. Oh, it's that pesky fucking due process thing again. Oh, that's what the judge is having a problem with. The attorneys for these children are saying, hold up, wait a minute. They get due process. They get to have hearings. Some of them have scheduled hearings. And our government is like, fuck those kids. Fuck due process. I want them out of here. We want all immigrants out of here. They don't get any hearings. Justice Department Attorney Drew Ensign disputed that the transfer of children constituted deportations at all, but would actually be reunifications of children and their parents. These are not removals under the statute. These are repatriations. It's outrageous that the plaintiffs are trying to interfere with these reunifications. I'm sorry, is that not the? Didn't they just tell us that the judge never heard anything from the other side? I'm sorry, is Drew Ensign the Justice Department attorney, not the government, not the administration? Weird how Trey Gowdy just put your dick in here, please, and didn't push back on any of that. Isn't that weird? The reason, again, but it goes to you, Republicans, and now I'm speaking directly to you. One, you are intellectually lazy. You only take spoon-fed answers to you. You're not super concerned about getting anything right. But two, they know that about you. They know that you're lazy. So they're not going to give you that context on Fox News. That guy works for the Department of Justice. He is supposed to tell you the truth. Why is he lying on Fox News? His own attorneys disagree with him. We can see the arguments that were made here. You guys got to find the bootstraps. You got to do something. Get off your fucking asses, red staters, Republicans. Stop living off the government's teat and stop living off Fox News half-ass research. You guys are way too fucking lazy. This is why our country this is why our country struggles. Because we're lazy and arrogant. Oh my God, the arrogance of a Republican who's never read something in their fucking life. It's all of you. All the people that you watch, they don't do any research. They are literally this happens. It happened with Chorus. It happens here too. They just send you out the talking points every day, and the people that you follow, they just read those talking points every day, and you go with them. So it's secondhand not understanding. The content creators that you follow don't understand it. The people that gave them the talking points know they won't understand it and know they won't fact check it. And then you're the fourth person down the chain. You also don't understand it. But why are you confident? Well, because the person you saw it from, they must be trusted, and they have good sources, so they must be trusted. It's just like a trust chain letter. Way too much trust in the Republican Party for each other. It's a top-down approach. Whatever Donald Trump says is the truth. And then we message around that. We drop it down. We message around that. Immigrants' rights advocates said that was not true in at least some of the cases. And they... you gotta... I don't know if you guys heard that at all. My daughter brought me the drink out of the freezer and said, here you go, shithead. I don't know if you guys caught that at all. That's unbelievable. I'm sorry. I'm very sorry. I lost my complete train of thought. That was... Did you guys hear it? Okay, I'm sorry. I'm sorry, that fucked me up. There are many children who do not meet the criteria Mr. Ensign described, Mr. Ensign described. Attorney Efren Olivares from the National Immigration Law Center said, some of the children were sitting on planes at airports in Harlingen and El Paso, Texas. The children who filed the lawsuit are identified only by initials and range in age from 10 to 17, in addition to 2 identified only as minors. Suknanen's initial order covered only the 10 children named as plaintiffs, but she later explained it covered all such children not subject to an executable final order of removal. In the suit, NILC attorney said federal immigration laws exempt unaccompanied children from expedited deportation proceedings and provide additional protections for those seeking asylum. Once again, here's what's happening. A judge is saying, hey, you're breaking the law. Hey, you're violating the Constitution. And Republicans are like, that's fine. It's kind of what we do now. We just do it. The Constitution is only there when we want it. It's only there when we want to talk about why we don't give a fuck that children are being killed in schools. But when it comes to like dehumanizing immigrants, we're not worried about that. When it comes to treating people humanely, not so worried about that. By the way, like, fuck everybody in here. Like, I want you to know, because I'm going to cover the chorus thing, and I'm going to point out that all these people are paid. You are welcome to look into me. You are welcome to look into my finances. I promise you, there are people that Jen would love it if I got paid by somebody. I am paid by absolutely nobody except for this audience, that's how we make all our money. Which reminds me, Amy Lynn said, you hear why conservatives say sexuality is a choice, and they're so mad. They have to choose to be cisgender all their life. Amy's also said, geez, what's going on here? Scrolling like crazy. 22 countries stopped sending parcels to us in August. And states with the most guns, California, Florida, and Texas. California has one of the lowest gun death rate per capita. Gun laws work. Yeah, I mean, look what we did when we did the assault weapons ban. We saw gun violence drop. Amy also said goal is only $52 to knock it out. There we go. Appreciate it. No woman would freely choose men. Oh, man. We're fighting the men in there. All right. Moving on. Is anybody here from Ohio? Got anybody here from Ohio? I've been meaning to cover this since like Wednesday. These clips have been on outlines. I just never get to them. If you live in Ohio, even if you're a Republican, that sucks. That sucks. That sucks big time. Let me address one more thing too, because I know you guys are in here every day. There is a dog shit content creator whose channel doesn't grow all the time, who I debated, and he has been a small channel for as long as I've known him. The first time I debated him years ago, he said that my channel would never grow. He was bragging about how big his channel is. This channel's like 5 times its size now. And he and his incel friends love to come in here every day and talk about views, and you talk about suspicion. So let me explain this real quick. Every person that's in here is a view. And a view constitutes, there's no time, but like basically YouTube says like a view is usually between 3 and 10 seconds. There's about 900 total viewers here right now. It's fluctuating. It got up to 1,600. It moves around. Those are the views that are counted on my video. And all these comments here, this is what's crazy to you. You're seeing all these comments here in real time. You're seeing how many people are commenting in real time. And then you go on my videos after. I see your username. Like, then you go on my videos after and you go, look at these views and only 6 comments. Not only are you like lazy, you're also willfully lying. I don't understand why the same people that are here right now watching these comments, I don't understand why you don't think that you don't think that these views and these comments are real. It's crazy to me. And it goes to show exactly what I'm talking about. Top down, you got orders. You had a dumb dude tell you that my numbers were incorrect. You had a dumb dude try to call me out publicly on a live stream and show that the numbers were a lie. Now you're seeing it in real time. You're seeing the actual numbers in real time, and you won't change your opinion. You'll still be in the comment section after this video is done, and you'll be like, 80,000 views and I'm the first commenter? Yeah, because none of these comments stay. You see it. This is the problem with republicanism, and this actually is a good segue into Vivek Ramaswamy. You care about nothing. It's a team sport to you. You will cheer on the dumbest fucking people in the world as long as they say that they're on your side. Here's an example. Vivek Ramaswamy. Let's talk about Vivek again. This man is no genius. This man is a scam artist. This man was born into privilege, and his parents, it appears, taught him how to run a scam. So there was a drug for Alzheimer's that was going through FDA testing, and Vivek Ramaswamy had nothing to do with it. And I think it was the second or third stage of testing. You have to go through, I believe, 4 stages of testing. On like the second, I think it's in stage 2, it kept failing, meaning that it didn't show that it was capable of doing what they said it could do, which was supposed to be a new treatment for Alzheimer's. So they basically just folded. They're like, yeah, this didn't work. We don't have money. Vivek saw that as an opportunity, and he went and he bought that company off the trash heap for pennies on the dollar. And then what did he do? Did he invest in R&D? Did he reformulate? Did he take their research and make a better drug? Nope. He went on a media blitz. You can go find videos of Vivek Ramaswamy before he was extremely wealthy, going on a media blitz, CNBC, Fox News, CNN, MSNBC, and he was like this rising star. He got put on the covers of magazines, and they're like, where did this guy come from? He was like 27 years old, and suddenly like he has this stock that's worth billions of dollars. The medication never got better. And so they just pumped the shit out of the stock, and they made billions. He has billions of dollars because they pumped a stock that they knew wouldn't come through. They knew that their Alzheimer drug was not going to work, and guess what? It failed. The Alzheimer drug failed testing again. And so it dropped the price. And what did he do? He changed the company's name. And then they went on a media blitz saying there's all these other things too. And they rose it a little again, and then they dumped it. This man is 100% a scammer. The only reason he is rich is because he made billions of dollars off of investors who didn't do their due diligence. Because in this country now, it's really about who leads your company. I saw a clip. I wish I would have saved it. It was Elon Musk saying, I tell people all the time not to buy Tesla stock because it is way too overvalued. And that makes sense when Tesla stock's in the 300s and GM's is in the 20, and GM makes way more money than Tesla, right? Why would Tesla stock, if it's dollars and cents, why is Tesla stock 20x what Ford is? Why? It's because of Elon. And he'll admit that. He'll tell you flat out that the stock price of Tesla is not indicative of the success of the company. And here's another example. This is a scammer, and now he's running for president in Ohio, and he is the most generic, dumb brain running in this country. The problem is he gives off the appearance of intelligence, and he speaks clearly, but he says nothing. He's J.D. Vance. They're very similar. Ironically, both have big fan bases in Ohio. I don't know what's going on in Ohio, but apparently Republicans in Ohio don't have brains. Like they're just like, oh, you have money and you are Republican? I pick you. I'm going to show you some Vivek clips that he's been posting. Just to go to show, he doesn't say anything, and he doesn't have a single fucking plan.
Thank you. Hey, how are you?
I'm a teacher. Hey, what do you
got to
say?
What's that?
We got to get those property
taxes. Oh, the property taxes are insanely high.
If you missed it, he said, I'm a teacher, and we got to get property taxes down. Now, I looked at their property taxes. They're like middle of the country. They're not extraordinarily high. In Ohio, they're about middle of the country when it comes to property taxes.
Yeah, you can't pay more in your property tax than on your mortgage.
I was okay with losing my job just because of the property. Hey, what do you got? The education, like, what's your plan? Like,
so he just said I was okay losing my job because of property taxes. I don't know his story. If he lost his job because of property taxes, that would mean that they cut funding, right? Which would mean that the property taxes that they're paying aren't enough. That they're paying property taxes and it can't even keep their schools open. And you have Vivek. If this guy lost his job because of property taxes, if I'm taking him at face value, you have Vivek and this guy. This guy loses his job because property taxes can't pay his salary, and he has Vivek saying we have to get rid of property taxes. Who's gonna pay the teachers? How are you gonna pay the teachers? You think people like kids are just gonna walk in with like an envelope of cash? How the fuck do we plan on this? Is what I'm telling. Like, Republicans, you're so goddamn lazy. Just think about what people are saying instead of trying to agree with them. I think most people see this and they're like, I already agree with Vivek, so whatever he says, I'm going to spin to make sure that it's that like what the people want to support him, and I want people to know I support him. This is batshit crazy. I lost my job because of property taxes being too high. What? You're one of the few places where property taxes pays for your job, so them being too high wouldn't be a reason that you lose your job. That'd be a reason that maybe you need to raise them, or you need to come up with a different source of funding.
Okay, the plan is bring standards to the public schools, right? If you finish third grade, you shouldn't be able to go to fourth grade unless you can read. Algebra 1 competency by the end of eighth grade. You're an eighth grade teacher. Okay.
What was that answer? We got to do something about property taxes. I was okay losing my job because of property taxes. We need to have standards in school. I'm sorry, does anybody's school district not have standards? Don't all school districts have standards? Are they talking about like looking back? Like I've been rewatching The Wire, and there's this episode in The Wire where this kid goes back to school, and he's older, and they're like he had only completed like fourth grade, and he's with Bubbles. I forget the dude's name, and they're like. He's like, what, shouldn't you put him back in fourth grade? Like, that's where his learning level's at. And they're like, no, we have social, I forget what they called it, like social advancement. So because he's older, he has to go with his class, right? So you can't hold people back. That's a funding problem. And she explains it. Like, we don't have the funding to hold people back. We have to move them along. We don't have funding. That would be property taxes. So what's Vivek saying? Like, what if you don't pass? Are you going to stay back? Or do you just get kicked out of school at that point? I don't know. One, it's not an answer to this question, but two, like, you're talking about something that exists. You're like, you know what I think we need? Clouds in the sky. Yeah, we got those, Vivek.
So we want algebra competency by the end of eighth grade.
Schools out there that can't even, like 0 8th grade students pass math.
Yeah.
It's ridiculous. I'm an 8th grade math teacher. Great district.
Thanks for doing what you do, because we need more. And I think a lot of younger teachers who are also competent in the subject.
Is it Vivek hearing him? He just cut him off mid-sentence. He's like, there's a lot of people who can't pass this. He's like, thanks for what you do. Let me tell you some more things.
They teach like in math, right? You need these 8th graders to at least be ideally basic algebra by the end of 8th grade. So for me, it's common sense stuff and elevating our public school standards. And I'm proud of you for doing what you're doing. And we'll bring those property taxes down. Yep, you got your word on that.
Yeah, he's a fucking idiot, dude. Vivek's a fucking idiot. He didn't answer a single question from I don't know. I don't know why this guy's a fucking idiot. Thank you so much for not addressing a single thing that I just said. I appreciate that. This is what we do with Republicans. We just talk past each other and we call it a conversation. Does anybody want to explain what Vivek's plan is there for education? Standards? We're just going to have standards. That's it. Here he is talking about the national debt. He thinks he has a good solution for the national debt. Let's see, Vivek. Let's see your plan here.
Deal with
Now this is older, but I just wanted to show how this is when he was running for president. But this is the kind of dipshittery you get out of Vivek.
We got to deal with the actual issue at some point. We're going to have the courage to take on independence from the federal entitlement state. That's what we actually need to be talking about. And I personally believe that everything else ends up being a distraction from the real topic of dealing with this national debt issue. Ask the question of how we're going to start with a generation of Americans.
Can we explain this? I'd like to explain this to you guys real quick, what he just said. We need to address the spending of the entitlement state. Entitlement spending is spending that you are entitled to receive back as a benefit, right? That's what entitlement is. It's money that you spent that you get back. So it's a tax. Republicans are saying what we need to do is stop paying out entitlements. Why do you think they say that? Why does anybody think? Why do you think he's saying that? Why don't they say we need to increase the amount we spend on entitlements? Why we need to increase the amount that people are taxed to pay into entitlement, or we need to balance entitlements. We need to make sure that we're not spending more than we bring in on entitlements. Twofold. One, Republicans allegedly are against raising taxes despite tariffs, which are obviously a tax increase. Two, they see all that money. They see all that money coming in, and they think, look at all these things we could do with that money instead. And they want that money. Just remember that when they say they want to reform entitlement spending, it's because they want to take the money that they promised you would be set aside for like Social Security and Medicaid, and they would like to spend that money on something else, please. They don't want to cut your taxes. They don't want to stop. They don't want to stop bringing in that money. They're just tired of it they're tired of it going to poor people. They won't address their spending problems on the right. They won't address that every single time the Pentagon comes up for a budget, they increase the Pentagon budget. They don't want to address their deficit spending every single time. Their only option is they can convince dumb, non-thinking Republicans that it's actually a problem. Like, it's actually a real problem in this country that people are getting Medicare and Medicaid and Social Security, and that they're leeches, despite the fact that it's paid for. You know what I mean? Like, that's like my internet provider like calling me up and be like, you know what? It's really costing us too much money to have you and your neighborhood all be getting internet, so we're going to cut that off. But we still need you to pay your $100 a month. No, I paid for that, bitch. Everybody that has been cut from Medicaid, from Social Security, from Medicare, any cut that has happened from this one disastrous bill, every cut is out the American government looking those people in the eye and saying, fuck you, dude. Fuck you. I don't care if you paid for this. Fuck you. We're taking that money and we're going to do something else with it now. Fuck you. But Republicans, I guess, just like don't think enough about how this actually works. Social Security and Medicare are two of only a handful of things that are actually like a direct tax. It comes out of your paycheck, and it is supposed to go nowhere but Medicare or Social Security. It's what it's meant for. And Republicans have convinced somehow all of you that your money that you have invested to take care of yourself later on in life, or should something happen to you, and then it can take care of your kids. They've somehow convinced all of you guys that that's the wasteful spending. Not tax cuts for billionaires, not subsidies for the oil and gas industry, not giant tax breaks for Wall Street speculators. No. Those are all important. You living, fuck you, dude. How are these Wall Street hedge fund managers gonna make it on $200,000 a year? You know, they gotta have millions. They'll go somewhere else. No, they won't, because no other country is this stupid. No other country has this many idiots. Like, oh, our stock market's actually really good. It's totally not a scam. It totally hasn't been hijacked, and it's totally not a scam. To the point now that, like, we now live in an era where the stock market, which is a complete and total scam at this point, it's just one giant fucking Ponzi scheme. And because it has a little bit of regulation, the richest people among us have convinced a lot of Republicans, hey, you know why? You know how you don't have a lot of money from stocks? It's because of regulation. You know what doesn't have regulation? Cryptocurrency. Why don't you throw your $50 in Dogecoin? You're like, yeah, this is better. So now they've created a new Ponzi scheme that doesn't have regulation. And it works the exact same way. There's just no oversight. So all of you that are currently investing in cryptocurrency, like, if you don't time your exit, you will lose everything. At some point, you will lose everything. But who won't lose everything? The rich people on top. And I know you think maybe someday you'll be there. Maybe someday you'll be the rich person on top. But, like, statistically, you won't be. Statistically, you're going to be the one that loses your money. If you're not investing in real companies with real products, then you're investing in a Ponzi scheme. If you have money in Tesla right now, you're not investing in the company. You're investing in Elon Musk's reputation. And that could take a hit at any point. If you're investing in Palantir, even Nvidia, You are mostly gambling on reputation. But if you go back to blue chippers, if you look at Ford, you look at GM, you look at established companies who have like their employees share in their stocks, and they have strong unions, legitimate companies, and you can look at those companies and you can be like, hey, this is where the profit projections look. I'm going to invest because the profits are going to go up, so the company's stock is going to be more valuable. Look at Target. Look at Bud Light. Those people, their stock sometimes would crater in a night. How did that happen? Was it profits? No. It was public perception. It was people selling stock. Not because the company was worse, not because the company was less valuable. It's because of public perception. You cannot tell me that our stock market isn't completely fraudulent when legitimately a company's putting out the wrong ad can bankrupt them. And not, again, like almost overnight. You see CEOs lose their shirt overnight. How about this one I kind of liked, but if you've seen, I forget what the movie's called, but if we're talking about GameStop, I forget what that movie's called, where you had like millions of people come together and buy GameStop stock. There we go. And what did it do to the stock? Was GameStop making more money? No. And what did the people at Wall Street do? I think Robinhood did this. Robinhood shut down trading. Robinhood's like, this is fraudulent. We must shut this down. And like all of a sudden, nobody that had GameStop stock in Robinhood could buy or sell stock. They just took it away, that option from you. Why? Because a bunch of rich people had shorted that position. A bunch of rich people had looked at GameStop and said, this company is going to tank. Their stock price is too high, so I'm going to take a short position, which is betting on them to fail, right? Let's say the stock's at $5, and you say, I'm going to pay a short position. I'm going to bet that stock goes to $4. And every month that stock's not at $4, the person who put the short out there is paying a percentage, a commission, if you will, because the stock is still too high. So then when they have a short at $4 and the stock goes to $17, all of these people who have historically manipulated stock markets are like, this isn't fair. The folks are doing it. The average American is doing it. And they put a stop to it. That's the reality that we live in America. It's completely fucking fraudulent. Your wealth is fake. The billionaire's wealth is fake. The multimillionaire's wealth, it's fake. It could go away tomorrow. And it will. By the way, when the crash comes, you are going to see thousands of companies go under overnight. It will be very similar to the .com bust. But the problem is all of these rich folks have layered in protection through lobbying. You want to look at a company like SpaceX, you want to look at a company like Palantir. There's no real need for them. Right? Like we already had NASA, we already have the CIA. But Palantir and SpaceX said, "Hey, look, you guys have too much regulation. Why don't you hand the reins over to me? We don't have as much regulation in the private sector, and the private sector, we're better at this. So hand it over to us." I'm like, okay. Just less regulatory bodies. No, your votes don't count anymore. Like you don't get to vote anymore on whether or not what NASA does or what the CIA does. Not that you had much of a say in the first place. And now those companies, when Tesla stock tanks, which it probably will, Elon has all these layered in protections. Hey, if you guys don't bail me out, Twitter's going under. SpaceX is going under. Look at all these government contracts I have with you. Who are you going to get to replace me? I've created a monopoly. I own space travel now. What are you going to do? You can't get rid of me. Okay, here comes the bailout. When Palantir stock dives, hey, we're doing all your surveillance. Plus, we have leverage now. Not only are we doing all your surveillance, what happens when we go under? You don't think a bunch of people that work here are going to go rat you out and explain to the American public that you're being fucked? Like, that's leverage. Donald Trump of any president in history has handed off more leverage to private entities than any president ever. This is how the Wall Street banks wound up getting bailouts. You can go. I forget what it's called. I know it's on. I know you can watch it on YouTube. I just watched it again recently. But they go through the stock market crash, and it's like from the government's perspective, like George Bush stocks. I'm trying to remember the guy who was the head of the Fed during that time. They brought him on late. You have all these people who were involved in the government. Even Obama's in there, McCain's in there, and they're all talking about how they decided to bail out these banks. And basically all that happened is the banks realized that they had leverage, and the banks used that leverage to get the bailouts for them and not their customers. And they paid out these massive, everybody knows this, everybody agrees this was bad. They paid out these massive bonuses. A bunch of millions of Americans lost their house, had their credit destroyed, set back generational wealth for another generation. Meanwhile, the people who caused all this, nothing really happened to them. Many of them, like government officials that caused this, they're back working with Trump now. Hey, Jen.
Okay. You have someone waiting.
Okay, let me read some comments and then I'll get there. Illusion said, won at poker this weekend. Here's some of my purse. The impending crash is one of my favorite topics. I know you always love that. Swish said, happy Monday, double daddy, Jen and fam. Also, fuck Tex. Joseph said, teacher is like, take my revenue source and fire me. Amy said, as you see, I clearly pay you, but not enough. Thank you. You pay a lot. And you see, I think I read that one. Let me check PayPal here. A couple of Jens. Guys, make sure so that Jen doesn't beat me up. I have a tendency not to read comments. Jen eventually will get frustrated and jump in and tell me to read comments. But if you could help us with the crowdfunding while we're going, that would be great. Namasi said couldn't handle Jen's guilt trip any longer. Oh, that was from last time, actually. This was from James. Here you go, shithead. There we go. Jen, have you been guilt tripping people already, or was that just from yesterday?
I haven't, not as hard as I normally will, but I'll get on that here soon. I am looking at TikTok right now, and I have to say, we're not even at 50K likes over there. That's disappointing. I mean, I know you guys can do a lot better than that. That's just, I know we can do better there. So we got to get to at least, you know what, since you're slacking, let's get to 60K. And we need like 150 shares. And then if you guys haven't sent your heart me yet, you should send your heart me. So Jade gets on these conversations and they can go a little long-winded. So Venmo, Cash App, PayPal, Super Chats all go towards knocking out that gift goal, and you should update that total also.
Dust Bunny nailed it. It was Hank Paulson was the name I was looking for, or Henry Paulson. They called him Hank. Thank you, Dust Bunny. Yeah, like Jen said, look, we're at, remember on TikTok, the only way we're able to continue on TikTok is because we have an awesome HR guy, our TikTok representative, and he gets 30% of any gifts that are sent on TikTok. And because historically, like we've gifted on TikTok, the way it works, he gets 30%, I get 30%. TikTok gets 30%. But historically, because we've done well enough, he's been able to give us some protection. So if you can, and I understand, like financially times are tough. I understand that some people can't give and don't feel guilty if you can't give. But if you can, that would be greatly appreciated. Jocelyn said, shithead, here's money to take your brilliant daughter for ice cream. She'll love that. She will absolutely love that. I think, is that all from today? Yeah, I think that's all from today. All right, Jen, are they in the other chat?
Yeah, they're there.
Okay. Sean, is that right?
Yes.
Hey, what's up, Sean?
Hello. Hey, what's going on?
Just hanging out.
How long till I debate the host?
You're talking to him. You're debating right now.
Oh, hold on a second.
All right.
Hey, how are you today?
I'm good, man. What do you want to talk about?
So I guess I was on a different YouTube channel that said debate this atheist for and go on to Discord. So I thought I was debating somebody else, but if you're an atheist, I would love to debate you.
I am an atheist. So wait, somebody else was telling you to go debate me? That's cute. I like that.
No. I was on YouTube and there's a guy named, I think his name is Joel. He's an atheist. He's an atheist.
Okay. Well,
and I wanted to debate him, but I've debated you before one other time, and I would love to debate you today.
Go for it.
Awesome. All right, now, how old are you?
I'm 39 years old.
Okay. I am 51. And have you read the Old and New Testament?
Multiple times.
Okay. And do you believe there is a creator?
No.
Okay. All right. So do you have a Bible in front of you?
No, but I have the internet, so I can pull up anything you need.
Okay. Awesome. Okay. So the first thing I want to go to is, and you have read the entire Bible though, right?
Multiple times, yeah.
Multiple times. Okay. So we're going to go to Genesis chapter 3.
Yay.
Verse 15.
Okay.
And it says here, this is the context is Adam and Eve sinned. They're receiving curses from God for their rebellion. And in verse 15, God says to Eve, and I will put enmity between thee and the woman. I'm sorry, he's talking to Satan, verse 15.
Sure.
God is saying to Satan, and I will put enmity between thee and the woman, and between thy seed and her seed. It shall bruise thy head, and thou shalt bruise his heel.
Okay.
So here we see the first messianic prophecy of Jesus and the crucifixion.
Wait, this was Jesus?
Yes.
How do we know that?
Because it says God was talking to Satan, and he said,
Who's Satan?
and I
How
will
do
put
we confirm that God was talking to Satan?
Okay, so backing up,
Yeah, go back before Genesis 3.
backing up, verse 13, and the Lord God said unto the woman, verse 14, and the Lord God said unto the serpent.
Yeah, but how do I know that's
because-
what they were? How do I know this was really God and the devil, and not just like someone writing this down?
Okay, well, I'm going to show you that.
Okay.
So, verse 15, God says to Satan, I will put enmity between thee and the woman, between thy seed and her offseed.
Sure.
Okay. Who is Jesus Christ Eve's seed?
Is Jesus Christ Eve's seed?
Yes.
What do you mean by seed?
Lineage.
Is he from Eve's lineage? Well, everybody would have to be, right? Because she was the first.
Correct.
Yeah. Okay.
Okay. So, and then it says, it shall, verse 15, it shall bruise thy head, and thou shalt bruise his heel.
That sounds
Okay.
bad. Sounds like somebody kicked
so-
somebody in the head and they both got a bruise. Is that what he's saying?
Well, that's very close. Yeah.
Yeah.
So the Christian concept of the cross is when Jesus died, he became sin, and God's wrath was poured upon his own son for all the sins of humanity, because God is holy.
No, that's not true. That's not true. Wait, hold on. That has nothing to do with the cross. The sins, the suffering for sins came in the Garden of Gethsemane when Jesus bled from every pore. The cross was for to overcome death, to have eternal life, for resurrection. The sinning stuff that took place in the Garden of Gethsemane.
Okay, so
Right?
no. So
why was he bleeding? Why was he bleeding from every pore in the Garden of Gethsemane? What was that about then?
He was stressed out about what was coming.
Jesus he had such hyper stress that he was bleeding blood.
Yes. He was sweating blood.
Sweating.
It's a condition. It's a condition that can actually happen if you are super stressed. You can sweat so much that blood comes out of your pores.
There is a condition where you can have so much stress that you bleed from every pore in your body.
Well, it doesn't say every pore. It says from his pores. So we don't know if it was every pore, but we know that he.
Are you using NIV there? Are you using
I'm
JJV?
just reading from the. No, I'm just reading from the King James version.
All right.
Okay, so all of Christian academia and church tradition teaches that Jesus became sin on the cross.
No,
and
I disagree with.
God-
Well, now we've got a problem there, because no, not all Christians believe that, and not all academia believes that. Not all Christian academia believes that. There's a difference of opinions there. I think historically speaking, most people would agree with me that this purging was actually where Jesus suffered for the sins, and that him dying on the cross and resurrecting 3 days later is what gives you eternal life.
All right. Are you have a Mormon background?
I do have a Mormon background, yeah.
Did they teach you that about the Gethsemane garden thing?
Well, so if you said like, "Oh, my Father, if it is possible, let this cup pass from me. Nevertheless, not as I will, but as you will." So he's talking about like the suffering he's about to go through. Jesus appears to know that like he's about to go through immense pain, and he says, "Look, do I have to do this? If not, like if I have to do this, I'll do it. But whatever your will is." And then he suffered. So it doesn't seem like he knew that he was going to be so stressed that he would bleed from his pores, and he asked God not to let that happen. And then God's like, "Sorry, it has to happen. You have to be this stressed just for no reason."
Well, do you believe Jesus was fully human?
I believe that Jesus was a liar. I believe that there is a historical record of Jesus. I believe that Jesus is somebody who, at that time, by the way, Jesus' mom, who was 14, I believe, got pregnant out of wedlock. And in that time, when you couldn't check anything, I think it would be the most likely story is that somebody got pregnant outside of wedlock and lied about it and said, "Oh, actually, this was an immaculate conception." And then they rolled with that lie. And then Jesus became maybe a sociopath. I don't know. Like he believed that lie too. I just think somebody got pregnant out of wedlock and then they spun this whole story.
Okay. So do you believe Jesus was a human being that walked the earth 2,000 years ago and died?
Yeah, I think there's a record of that. There was a human named that called himself Jesus. Yeah.
Right. Okay. So you believe he was fully human. Do humans sweat?
Yes.
Do humans get stressed and have
Yes.
panic attacks?
Yes.
Okay. All right. So you would not say that Jesus didn't get stressed out because he knew what was coming. You would agree with that, right?
Well, I don't think this thing happened. I mean, even the story itself is kind of weird. Like Jesus goes off, like, why is he doing this alone? Nobody can see it. And then he goes back and he keeps checking on his friends and they're like asleep. I mean, it's just pretty convenient that this massive thing happened, that he bled from his pores and he told his friends, "Don't look at me," and then got mad at them for like being asleep. It's weird that like all of these things that happen seem to not happen in front of any other witnesses. Like they always happen alone. Moses went and he spoke to a burning bush. That was alone. Jesus in the Garden of Gethsemane, that was alone. Jesus resurrecting from the dead, that was alone. It's just like if I was somebody trying to like play an elaborate prank on people, that's probably or be a cult leader, that's probably how I would do it.
Okay. Well, first of all, Jesus said, "Don't look at me" in the garden. He just said to his disciples, "Stay up and pray."
Yeah, but then he went away from them, right? He said, "Stay here," and then he
right,
left.
Yes.
So effectively,
Okay,
you
now-
can't see me, right?
Yeah. Well, yeah. No, there's stories all through the Bible where people were alone and it was recorded, and then we are given that story.
None of the
but they're
stories in the Bible were recorded in real time. These were all recorded like years later, and which is why like if you look at like Matthew, Mark, and Luke, like there's some discrepancy there. They seem to have their stories not entirely correct. And the apologist movement says, "Oh, well, yeah, they wrote this later, so yeah, some of the details are wrong." And they almost everybody uses like it's like at a car wreck. You can ask a bunch of people what they saw in the car wreck, and everybody has it a little bit differently. But does that mean the car wreck didn't happen? Right? That
Okay.
would be the apologetic version of why Matthew, Mark, and Luke have different accounts for many of these stories.
Okay, so let's have a discussion about.
Wait, but right though, right?
What was your question?
That's what like you would recognize that there's different accounts of these stories by different people that were there, right? Some of the details are
Yeah,
different. Okay.
So the Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John are all the Gospels, and they line up perfectly one with another.
Except for when they don't line up perfectly, like when they contradict each other, when they tell the stories differently, right?
There's no contradiction found in the Bible, including Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John. And I studied this in Bible college seminary, or Bible college.
Wait, how do you account for their stories being different then?
So if you take Matthew, Mark, and Luke, and John, and you line up all the information next to each other, you'll see different details from each person's perspective. Like, let's say there were 4 people in a room, and you were putting together a chair with wood and nails. And those 4 people would document, they saw what happened, and then years later they would write down, okay, John would say, "Oh, I saw him put together a chair, and he started with the wood, and he carved out the pieces." And then the second guy said, "Yeah, I saw him put the chair together, and he took nails and he jammed them into the pieces." And then the third guy would say, "Well, I saw him sit on the chair after he was done." And the fourth guy said, "Well, I remember him putting together a chair, sitting on it, it broke, and so he put it all together again."
Okay, but what
So
if
it's
you
not
just talk about like Jesus, like with Mary Magdalene? Let's talk about Matthew and John's different account there. They seem to contradict each other on when Jesus appeared to the women, right?
Who contradicts who?
So in
What are you talking about?
Matthew 28:8 says, "So the women hurried away from the tomb, afraid yet filled with joy, and ran to tell his disciples. Suddenly Jesus met them. 'Greetings,' he said. They came to him." This is obviously NIV. "Clasped his feet and worshipped him. Then Jesus said to them, 'Do not be afraid. Go and tell my brothers to go to Galilee, and they will see me.' So he met the women, told them to go see the brothers. Then John said, 'Early on the first day of the week, while it was still dark, Mary Magdalene went to the tomb and saw that the stone had been removed from the entrance. So she came running to Simon Peter, the other disciple, the one Jesus loved, and said, "They've taken the Lord out of the tomb, and we don't know where they put him." So Peter and the other disciples started for the tomb.
Okay, so what's your point?
The sequence of events. It's only after
There's no
Mary tells Peter and the
contradiction.
other disciple about the tomb that they run to inspect it, and then Jesus appears to Mary in John like 20:11 later on.
Okay, well, all right, well, here's the thing. I'm gonna make give me like 3 minutes to give you an argument for why God is perfect and His Word is perfect and He's real, and then you can combat me for 3 minutes. Is that fair?
No, this is gonna be conversational. I'm gonna stop you when I find contradictions.
Okay, because I feel like if we go tit for tat with all these different verses, we could be here for hours and hours. And I just want to get across to you something very important.
One of the reasons for that is I believe that Christianity and all religion are cults, and that cults cannot be explained when you don't allow somebody to construct a narrative. And so by allowing you to construct a narrative, you play on people's emotions. Me being an atheist is that I don't believe that there's any evidence that God exists. I haven't seen any. If that evidence were presented to me, and it was verifiable, I would immediately change my opinion. But do you at all? But what I don't want to be told is a story that plays with my emotions to try and get me to believe in God. I think that that's silly. I think I don't operate that way.
Yeah, I'm coming to you out of mental rationale, intellectualism. I have no desire to emit emotion in you.
Okay, go for it.
Okay, so if I were to tell you, in this conversation in the next 20 seconds, what exactly you ate for breakfast, as far as the food you ate, what exactly the color of your shirt is right now that you're wearing, and what exact address you're at right now, would you believe that I am God?
No.
Because I have this all-knowing.
No.
Okay, why not?
Because there's other solutions that make sense for the ways you could obtain that information. You could get into my network. You could see the cameras that are in my house. You could have talked to anybody who saw me today. I went to the gas station earlier today. There are other ways that you could find that out.
Okay, so let me rephrase that.
Got it.
If I could tell you an event that happened in your cousin's life, let's say you have a cousin, and think of a cousin. If I could tell you a big event that happened in your cousin's life 2 years ago, and if I could tell you what you like 3 things that only you would know, like there's no way cameras would know, or where, GPS or Google or anything like that. Would you, just 3 things, would you believe that I am God?
No.
Why?
Because I don't think that proves, just getting something right doesn't mean God exists.
So you think that I would guess at those things and you would be like, oh, he's just a guesser.
Well, look, there's people that do this. There's people that give horoscopes. There are people that claim they are mind readers. There are magicians that consistently play tricks on people. It wouldn't lead me to this idea that God, even if it led me to believe that there was an all-knowing being that spoke to you, I still wouldn't believe in Christianity. I still would think Christianity was a joke.
So if you at some point in your life believe that God was all-knowing and perfect because he could predict the future, would you believe in him?
If God was all-knowing and could predict the future?
Yeah. Like you had let's say you had 200 examples given to you on a piece of paper.
I mean, the
and it's a
Simpsons.
letter
The
from-
Simpsons have done that pretty. I don't believe that the writers of the Simpsons are God.
You know, the Simpsons were made by man. I'm talking about God here. I'm saying if God came,
I think God was
if God
made by
appeared
man.
to you right now in your, if God appeared to you right now in your office and said, "Here are 200 things about your past."
If he appeared, like if there was no way for him to get in, he came. Yeah, probably. If he like came down from the ceiling and was like,
Okay,
"Hey,
good.
yeah,
Okay, good. All right.
great."
So my premise is that God has appeared to you, but you haven't seen him yet, and I want to show him to you. Does that make sense?
No, that's fucking
I wanna
insane.
I want to show
that's
those predictions
absolutely
to you.
insane. God has not appeared
It's
to
not
me.
insane
What
'cause
is he?
you just-
Is he
listen.
invisible?
You just said if God appeared to me and told me 200 things about the future, I would believe in him. And now you're saying I don't want to hear you out.
He hasn't appeared to
Because
me.
I
You're
don't believe
missing
God
the
is
first
omniscient.
because you're missing the first part of that. This is the same thing. Like if this is just me, like I could do the same thing to you, right? I could be like, if God told you that these things were right and he appeared to you, would you believe? Like just reverse it. And then I read you the Quran. Does the Quran get things right?
Quran is fiction.
So is the Bible.
Well, that's what you claim, but I'm
That's what
claiming
you
that
claim
it's not.
too.
And
How do you claim
I'm
that it's
claiming
not? Has the
on
Quran
evidence.
gotten
Based on
things
evidence.
right?
There's no evidence. There's no evidence of the Quran being other than fiction, but the Bible shows clear evidence.
There's no
of God's
evidence.
omniscience.
All right, I want your best piece of evidence that the Bible is real.
All right,
Or that
go
the
to
Bible,
Psalm
or
22.
I guess not the Bible's real, because the Bible obviously is real. It exists.
All right,
I
go to-
want
go
clear
to Psalm
evidence. I want clear evidence that what happened.
go to Psalm-
Hold on, let me ask the question. I want clear evidence that what is written in the Bible proves that God exists.
Okay.
Okay.
Go to Psalm 22.
I'm ready. Oops, Psalms 22.
Yes.
Okay. What verse?
All right. This is verse 1.
All right.
All right. Who wrote Psalm 22?
I don't know. I don't remember.
David.
Okay.
He said, my God, why hast thou forsaken me?" Okay. Does that sound familiar to you?
Yeah.
Okay. Did Jesus say on the cross, my God, why hast thou forsaken me?"
Yeah.
Okay. So we know in the context of this situation, listen, we know in the context of this situation, David was running from Saul. Saul hated him, was jealous of him because God had chosen him to be king. Saul was king. So you can look at Psalm 22 from two perspectives. One is the actual text of what was going on in David's life, and also from the messianic prophecy perspective. Okay. Now, go further down to.
Wait, but hold on. This just because this happened in Psalms and Jesus said it, it could just be that Jesus had heard it from reading Psalms or heard it from somebody else. This doesn't prove God
Correct.
exists.
That's not my point. That's not my point. Keep going. Okay.
Okay.
Here it is. Okay. Verse 16. For dogs have compassed me. The assembly of the wicked have enclosed me. They pierced my hands and feet. Okay.
Okay.
Did David, according to the Bible, ever have his hands or feet pierced?
I don't remember.
No. Okay. Jesus had his wrists and his feet pierced.
So?
Okay? So that's a messianic prophecy right there, because that's number 2.
It doesn't prove God
Right?
exists. All of this could more easily be explained by Jesus having read this and copying it. This is a much more sensible explanation that Jesus knew this and he repeated it. I don't think like going to the supernatural is not the most likely. Like just using Occam's razor, God is not the answer here.
Did Jesus, to answer that argument, did Jesus plan his own death, or did they murder him unjustly?
Well, I don't know. According to the Bible, it's unjust. I don't know what the Romans thought. They seem to feel like he broke the law. I don't
Yeah,
think
so-
I don't think
well,
there's
no.
any justification for putting somebody on a cross. So morally, I'd be against that. But like, yeah, if you're saying like by the law,
Well,
it
what I'm
seems like they kept the law. There were other people that were also being hung on the cross next to him.
Well, what happened was these religious leaders that Jesus ticked off, they wanted him crucified.
Yeah.
And so they went to Pontius Pilate and say in a crowd, and they said, "Crucify him, crucify him." They also set him up and gave money to one of his disciples to betray him in the night. And then that disciple took him to the garden and said, "All right, here," he said to the Roman soldiers.
By the way, this is how virtually every cult leader has been taken down. Is somebody close to them sold them out? It's the exact same.
All right,
like,
let's
this
stick
is just
to-
what happened with Joseph Smith too.
Okay.
It's also what happened with David Koresh. So to me, it sounds like Jesus is just like them. He just there was somebody in them that didn't have enough belief that they were willing to sell them out for money or power.
Right, and what I'm trying to say is that Jesus didn't set up his own murder. They came together and plotted against him, and so he was crucified.
So was Joseph Smith. So was Joseph Smith.
Well, right, okay.
And
well,
guess what?
listen to me.
Joseph Smith predicted his own murder. So is Joseph Smith then a prophet of God?
Okay.
He said when Joseph Smith went to jail, right before he left jail, he said, "I'm being led like a lamb to the slaughter." So and by the way, this is the exact thing that like my Mormon friends, my Mormon parents, this is the exact same argument they would use for me to prove that Joseph Smith was a prophet of God, that he spoke to God because he was able to prophesy his own death. Same with David Koresh.
Well,
David Koresh did the same
I would
thing.
not compare what your parents taught with the Word of God because they
this
believe
is-
in fiction and I believe in the Word of God, which proves
They
itself.
were also using the Bible. They were also using the Bible. Mormons believe in the Bible.
They were
It's the
using
same.
the Book
It's the
of
same
Mormon,
book.
right?
No, Mormons believe the Bible.
Mormon?
The first article of faith from the Mormons is we believe the Bible to be the Word of God. That is their first belief. There's 13 articles of faith, and the first one is we believe the Bible to be the Word of God.
Right, but I'm saying your parents, when they told you about Jesus predicting or Joseph Smith predicting his own death, they did not pull from the Bible; they pulled from the Book of Mormon. Is that correct?
Yeah, but wouldn't that be evidence?
Okay, so you're not even
hold on.
talking about the Bible. You're talking about an extra biblical text.
Because they're the same. They're the same to me. The Bible doesn't mean the Bible. No, the Bible doesn't mean a fucking thing to me. It means nothing. It's a book. It means something to you. So you're taking the Bible, which means a lot to you, and you think is extraordinary, and you're saying, well, if it wasn't in the Bible, then Joseph Smith was wrong. But I don't care. I'm just looking at the totality of what you're claiming. Did Jesus predict his own death? Was he sold out? Yes. Did that also happen to Joseph Smith? Yes. Did that also happen to David Koresh? Yes. So what's the difference?
I'm coming to you from a biblical.
No, but what's the
perspective.
difference? Yeah, but I don't care about the Bible. You have to prove to me that the Bible, first of all, is somehow the Word of God. You haven't even proved God exists
I'm proving you
yet.
right now. I'm proving you right now. Okay, so go to verse 18.
Okay.
All right.
We're still in Psalms.
Psalm 22, yeah, verse 18.
Okay.
They part my garments among them and cast lots upon my vesture. So, when Jesus was on the cross, the Roman soldiers had his clothing that they took from him before he was whipped. And they wanted,
Wait, how do you know that that's true?
It's in the Bible.
How do you know that it's true? Did the Roman soldiers confirm this? Who confirmed that they took his clothing and that they had it? Obviously, he was stripped of it. How do you know they didn't just throw it away?
So, correct. We don't know that. Okay. But what I'm trying to say is thousands of years into the future in the New Testament when Jesus was crucified and claimed that the Roman soldiers gambled for his clothing, thousands of years before.
Yeah, but we don't have any evidence that they did do.
Let me finish my sentence, please.
No.
Please let me finish my sentence. That's rude. I just want to finish my sentence.
No.
If you're going to control the narrative, then there's no point
I'm
in
not
debating.
I'm not controlling the narrative because you're using proof. You said, "Do you have any?"
Not letting me
excuse
finish.
Me.
I would love to finish.
I told you, hey, shut the fuck up for a second. Shut up. I told you I'm going to interrupt you whenever the fuck I want. I told you at the beginning. You're saying the same thing over again. Do you have any evidence that they gambled for his clothes outside of the Bible?
No.
Okay, so then I don't accept that. So
Okay,
it
well, you don't
looks, because what
accept-
it looks to me like the most likely scenario here is that these same people who also had read Psalms said, oh, this happened in Psalms. This will be a good way to show that Jesus was the Son of God. And so they just lied about it.
Do you think really that the Roman soldiers are like, oh, we read Psalms, let's gamble as
No,
code?
not the Rome. No. You're not listening. The people who wrote about what the Roman soldiers did. Who wrote about what the Roman soldiers did? Where did we get that story?
Oh, so you're saying that Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John were plotting a cult?
No, not that they were. No,
back
not even necessarily. I think that they wrote this 50 years later, and that the most likely explanation for why Psalms and what they wrote go together is because they already knew what Psalms said, and they believed that Jesus was the Son of God, or they were in on it. They were in on the grift. What it could be any,
So
but
are you saying-
but I could come up with like 50 other potential solutions before I would get to, oh, it must be God.
Are you saying that the Roman soldiers looked back at Psalms and said, we want to perpetuate a cult?
No,
by
listen, no.
gambling and-
No, I don't believe that the Roman soldiers did that, and I don't
Well, you have no
because
proof
there's a big
that they
you
did
have
not. Neither do
you
I.
have no proof that they did either. You just
I
have
have
some
proof right now,
people.
I'm telling you.
just have people that said that happened, and that's it. And those people knew what was in Psalms, so naturally it would make sense for them to take a prophecy that they already knew of and apply it to Jesus. This does not prove God at all. I could do this. All of these things I could do.
Okay, so you're saying that, ultimately you're saying that Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John wanted to form their own religion, and they went back into Psalms
what I'm saying, I
and
don't know
wrote-
why this is difficult for you. What I'm saying is that Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John would have been aware of this prophecy, as this prophecy had been told to them many times. And so so if I'm going to say, oh, then they said that this happened, I wouldn't naturally conclude that what happened, that the Roman guards actually did that. My natural conclusion, due to the overwhelming lack of evidence that God exists, I think the most likely scenario is that they just said that.
Okay, so we don't know whether they were they had read Psalms or not. We know that they were uneducated fishermen. One was a tax collector. One was a doctor. Luke was a doctor, so he was pretty smart. But we don't know whether they read Psalm 22 or not. So we can't make a claim about something unless we
Except
know.
for we can, because the very start of this, you claimed that Jesus quoted Psalm 22, and that those same Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John, they wrote that. Jesus didn't write anything. So it's weird. Like Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John were able to, for some reason, use the exact quote that Jesus gave, and they put that in their writings 50 plus years later. They included that in their writings. Excuse me. They included that in their writings 50 plus years later. So it looks like they were pretty aware of Psalm 22 or Psalms 22. The same chapter that you're talking about, they wrote about that later. And you're just being like, oh, they're actually all stupid, and so this was a miracle of God. Let me tell you another story that the way that Mormons do this. Mormons will tell you that Joseph Smith was uneducated, that he had a fourth grade education, that he could barely read. And that was evidence of him taking the Book of Mormon and transcribing it from ancient hieroglyphics into English. And they said he could have never done this. He couldn't read. Turns out he could read. And most of what he was doing is just taking Bible stories and slightly altering them and putting them in the Book of Mormon, and then Mormons will be like, look how the Book of Mormon and the Bible line up here. And Joseph Smith was an uneducated guy. He could never have figured this out. He did. They did.
Yeah, but I'm talking about God's omniscience, not humans.
God, you haven't proved that God's real yet. I don't accept that God exists.
Okay, so I will prove that he's written.
Good luck.
Okay. All right. So, if we go to Isaiah 7, okay, Prophet Isaiah, thousands of years before Jesus, and real quick, do we know that Jesus read the Psalms? No, we don't.
He quotes them.
Right. Well, he quoted. Well, he didn't. We don't know if that was a quote or if he just said, my God, why hast thou forsaken me?"
Okay, but you're assuming that. Wait, then you're assuming it, but we don't know that he didn't.
Correct. Right. So we see a picture, and it's in a glass half dim. We get that. Okay. Isaiah 7.
But hold on, we have to talk about the book of Isaiah. Like Isaiah is not like a book that was written by Isaiah and passed down. This is like a bunch of scholars put together their writings of stories that they heard. You're acting like Isaiah was written before.
Isaiah?
Yeah.
Isaiah was a prophet, and it's accepted in academia that it was written by Isaiah. All the church history, all academia, all archaeology, they all show that Isaiah was written by Isaiah.
No, how was it compiled? Again, like you keep citing like biblical sources. How was it compiled? Why do we have the book of Isaiah?
Isaiah, I don't know. Why do we have the book of Isaiah?
Okay, so just so maybe you didn't know this.
asking-
So
wait,
like the first
are you
40 chapters are attributed to Isaiah, and then the last like 30 chapter or the last, I don't know what, 25 chapters are not attributed to Isaiah, right? But either way, these were not scrolls that were necessarily passed down. These were recreated. That's how we got the Bible. The Bible is literally recreations of things people said. But anyways, go to Isaiah. It's not that important, but like this idea that yeah, go ahead.
Okay. That's all right. So Isaiah in 7, for chapter, I'm sorry, go to chapter 53. I don't do it on chapter 53 of Isaiah. Chapter 53. Okay. Are you there yet?
Yep.
Who hath believed our report? Isaiah asked. And to whom is the arm of the Lord revealed? For he shall grow up before him as a tender plant. Now this is talking about Jesus according to what most academia believes.
You can stop saying academia. Stop saying academia and say, quote it correctly. What biblical scholars believe, because most of academia doesn't acknowledge the existence of a God or an existence of Jehovah. You're talking about biblical apologetic scholars. Be honest about what. Don't stop saying academia like
Christian
academia says God
apologists,
exists.
Christian
Thank you.
scholars.
That's better.
For he shall grow up before him as a tender plant, and as root of the dry ground. He hath no form nor comeliness, and when we shall see him, there is no beauty that we should desire him. He is despised and rejected of men, a man of sorrows, and acquainted with grief. As we hid as it were our faces from him, he was despised, and we esteemed him not. Surely he hath borne our griefs and carried our sorrows. Yet we did esteem him stricken, smitten of God, and afflicted. But he was wounded for our transgressions, he was bruised for our iniquities. The chastisement of our peace was upon him, and with his stripes we are healed.
Okay.
So here we see a picture of the entire message of the cross and the Paul, and then further in verse 11. By his knowledge shall my righteous servant justify many, for he shall bear their iniquities.
Yeah. So
we see a lot of
the problem that the problem that you have here is that this is prophesying of a savior, and you are advocating that Jesus is the savior. So there's literally a map of like, this is what the savior will do. Just be good faith for a second. Is it possible that Jesus knew all of this, and that he just said all of these things, and that his apostles pretended this stuff happened? Is it possible that Jesus knew all this, and so he just faked it? Why is it not possible? Because now you've got to be good faith, because I'm saying it's possible. Of course it's possible. If Jesus knew that this existed, why could Jesus? And by the way, people pass these prophecies down forever. Like the Jewish folks believed in a coming Messiah. That's part of Judaism. The conflict was that they didn't believe that Jesus was the Messiah. So everybody around seemed to know these prophecies, except for apparently Jesus. He was the only one that didn't know these prophecies. Isn't it probably more likely that Jesus just tried to do exactly what David Koresh did and pretend that he was this savior? Isn't that just as possible?
You asked 4 questions, and which one do you want me to respond to?
Is it possible that Jesus knew this and he just faked it?
Is it possible that Jesus knew the Old Testament and he faked it?
Yep.
What do you mean by faking it?
Well, so a lot of things that, like, first of all, like the miracles, right?
The miracles, yeah. Like, okay, let's talk about miracles. What about the miracles?
Well, there's no evidence that they happened, right?
There's no evidence. What do you mean? What do you asking?
Let me explain this differently. Let me explain this. Let me explain it. Let me try it a different way. Let me try it a different way. Jesus comes to life. He says he's the Son of God. You believe he is. I believe that he isn't. Okay, that's where we're at so far. Jesus lives this life. When he turns a certain age, he just basically abandons everything and he goes with his friends or his apostles, and they go out teaching. And what are they teaching? They're teaching this stuff that you're reading. They're literally teaching historical prophecies. So Jesus was keenly aware of these prophecies. So now when it comes time for Jesus, he's been sold out, by the way, allegedly. We don't even know if that's true. We don't actually know if he was sold out by Judas. We have no idea. It's just a story that was told. Let's say that he wasn't sold out. It's just as possible that Jesus, by the way, he went into a government building and overturned all the tax tables and screamed at everybody. To me, it's more likely that they were upset about that than that he was claiming to be the Son of God.
Hold on.
Right? Wouldn't it make sense that they would tell this whole story?
Wait. You just said Jesus went into a government building. That is not true. He went into his father's house, the church.
Who owned
building.
it? Who owned it?
God.
Who owned it legally?
No one owned it. It was
the government. The government owned it. It was the Romans were in there.
The Romans managed the Jews. They did not own Jewish property. The Jews owned the building.
God has property rights now.
The Jews own the building.
Who? Which ones? Which Jews owned the building?
The rabbis.
Why were why did they have tax tables in there?
Because they were making money off the selling of doves and lambs for the sacrifice. They had a sacrifice system.
Okay, so Jesus said this guy that I can't prove actually owns this building. Can you imagine this? You just imagine that you're in a building, you're counting money, and some guy comes in and he's like, "My dad owns this." And you're like, "Who's your dad?" He's like, "You've never met him. He's in heaven. He's God." And they're like, "Okay, but he obviously doesn't own this." You're like, "Yes, he does, and he's pissed. So I'm going to overturn your tax tables." Can you imagine if it was a different, if this was just anybody else citing a different God than your God, you'd be like, "That's fucking insane."
Well, if you're saying that God doesn't have a right to establish truth and to tell
I don't
people
believe he
wrong,
exists.
then
I don't believe he exists.
I know you don't exist, but you brought up something that was a point for this debate, and you made an error because you said it was the government. So I was just pointing out your error. It wasn't the government. The Jews owned the temple. They were the ones that were, processing the rituals and all that. But what they did that made Jesus mad is they were making money off of the sale of the animals used in the sacrifices. And Jesus doesn't want anybody to love money.
All right. No, you're wrong about this. I just checked it. So the court of the Gentiles was built by King Herod. It was absolutely owned by the government. That's fucking insane. If the king builds it, the king owns it. Stop it.
The court of the Gentiles?
Yes.
Okay, what is the court?
That's where Jesus went. It was called the court of the Gentiles.
Right. So in order to understand what a court is, you have to go back to.
Well, all I know is God doesn't own it.
Oh, you're interrupting me because you don't want to debate something.
No, this is
Let
silly.
me finish. I don't interrupt you.
You do it all the time,
Come
actually.
on.
You do it all the time. I don't know. Now you're
Well,
lying.
I'm
Which is a sin.
going to interrupt right this second.
All right, Jen's interrupting.
I'm interrupting. So we've got some messages for you to read, and I think there might be people in the chat who are close to flipping tables with this conversation. So, but go ahead and read some
I was
messages.
muted. Let me read these real quick, and then you can have. Then I'll give it back to you. But Amy Lynn said, and I'm thinking Matthew, Luke, and John were getting drugs from the Dr. Puff Puff Pass. Greg says, guests keep quoting System of a Down. Tanya said, can we pray this conversation ends soon? Keep up the great work. Benny said, David wrote Psalms 22. It's a lament of David's situation, not a prophecy. The Bible's verses specific about prophecy. Also, the word used for pierced is a mistranslation of they dig teeth at my hands and feet. Amy Lynn said, Jay, when you recite Bible verses from memory, you make me want to scream, oh God, oh God. Please make this debate short. QH Jenny. All right, go ahead.
So when Moses led the children of Israel out from Pharaoh into the desert,
allegedly,
God established a. He told Moses, here's the way you build a tabernacle so that you can sacrifice animals.
Allegedly,
And the outer portion of the tabernacle was a court. So that was established by God in a theocracy long before the Jews or the Romans decided to say
allegedly. Yeah, this is no difference than me saying like Princess Unicorn told Moses to do this. There's no difference between these two things. You're now assigning property rights to God, which that's where this conversation has gotten. That it couldn't be the king built this temple, built the courts, but the government doesn't own it. It's definitely God's, right? You're assigning. Now we're at the point of this conversation where we're discussing whether or not God had property rights, which is absolutely and totally insane. And it goes to show like how silly religion is in general.
To his house.
To his house. God has a house.
So
he doesn't. Where is he? How did he get a house?
God has a house.
Where did he get it from?
Okay, so King David.
Like, so I bought my house from. I had a realtor, and somebody owned the house before me. My parents, their house, my dad built it. I'm just wondering how God got the house. Did he build it?
I'll answer. So King David, he wanted to build God's house so that there would be a place of worship. But he couldn't do it because of all the crap in his life. So he commissioned it to his son. His son did build the temple. So the temple back in the Old Testament.
Is this Solomon's temple that we're talking about?
Yeah, Solomon's temple, yeah.
Yeah. This is where the Mormons get all their ideas about temples, by the way. You know about the ox, right? That's why Mormons have an ox.
I try to stay away from Mormonism as much as I can.
Well, let me just be honest with you. The thing about Mormonism and the reason, like, I don't like Mormonism, but at least it attempts to explain things. Like, you guys, Christianity is the JV team. Christianity is like the basics. Mormonism at least tries to explain some of these things in a way that makes any fucking sense at all. Like, I appreciate that that you're attacking Mormonism. But like you're the Detroit Tigers attacking
I'm saying I stay away
you're
from
the Detroit Tigers.
There's nothing wrong with that.
Yeah, but like their religion is more comprehensive than yours.
In what way?
In that they try and explain more things. They have more books. They have ongoing prophecy.
I'm trying to explain to you right now about the Bible.
You're not doing a good job.
How am I not being comprehensive?
Well, because you keep referencing this God.
What you believe?
Well, no, it's not what I believe. It's you told me that you would prove that there was a God. You haven't done that, and now you're trying to get this God that you haven't proven exists. You're giving him property rights now, which is crazy. You still haven't proved that God exists.
So Jesus wrote over 200 messianic prophecies about himself through many different people over the course of thousands of
allegedly.
years.
Wait, how do you know Jesus wrote those?
So, because he's the author of the Bible.
How do you know that?
Because I've encountered his Holy Spirit and I believe him.
What's his Holy Spirit? How did you encounter that Holy Spirit?
So when I was 16, I felt very empty. I had been abused as a child. My parents had divorced. I was empty. I came out of high school one day, I was empty.
Searching for something. Probably, right?
Yes, I was searching for something.
It's amazing how often that happens, huh?
I was searching for a higher power to fill the void.
So you had already set your mind that there was a higher power. Got it? So you were right. A child who believed that a higher power existed, and you went out searching for that higher power. Got it. Keep going.
Correct. Okay. So I started with New Age, and I got some crystals and some books. Well, at the time, I was living in Indiana.
Oh.
And my stepfather was being a real douchebag. So I called
him
my dad.
You had a stepdaughter when you were 16?
No, stepfather.
Stepfather. Oh, sorry. Okay, go ahead.
Yeah. So I called my dad down in Florida. I'm like, hey, Dad, can I come live with you? And he's like, oh, let me talk it over with my wife. So they called me back and said, well, if you want to go to church with us, you can come live with us. I was like, okay, great. So I went down. I went to church.
So you were desperate. You needed some help. And when you needed help and you were desperate, somebody put conditions on it that you had to go to church with them.
No, that was just a side note. So what happened was
what do you mean that's a side note? Isn't that what they said? If you come here, you have to go to church?
Yeah, that was a rule they established.
Okay, yeah, all right.
So
yeah.
I was willing to submit to it because I wanted the benefits.
It's very Christ-like. We'll help you out, but only if you go to church. Got it.
Oh, it was horrible. It was a terrible thing to say, but it was something that they wanted me to experience. And so in order to get the benefits of Florida and being with my dad, I was like, okay, I'll do this.
Yeah.
So I went down there. I went to church camp, and the first night they had fun stuff all during the day. The first night of church camp, they had a church service, and I didn't want to go. So I hung out with a couple buddies in the dorms, and I told stupid jokes, right? Well, the second night I was feeling drawn to go, so I went.
Okay.
They preached Jesus was real.
How did they do it? Tell me about this. So you go in there, you went to the meeting, you sat down in the audience. I'm assuming they played some music.
So there was a husband and wife, young, I would say about in their 30s. They just got back from Russia on a mission trip, and they were sharing music that they had written. And they also preached the gospel. And then the worship.
What did they preach? What did they talk about during that?
The Bible, the cross.
But do you remember what they
Jesus
talked
did.
about? Like,
yeah, Jesus is the Savior, and we have to repent of our sins and come to Him, and He loves you. And
okay, so let me get this straight. Let me just set the stage. So you go to this Bible camp. Originally, you're a little standoffish, but then the second night you go into an auditorium where they play music that is meant to set the mood. They have people talking about their miracle stories. And then they start talking about how everybody out there, like, you need something. You know, we're all alone sometimes. We all need somebody. But Jesus is that one constant that's there for you. Jesus can save you. Jesus can change your life, right? Is that basically what they did?
no, so I don't know the intent of the man's heart when he played his guitar.
I'm not talking about the intent. I'm telling you, is that what happened?
You just said that he played music to manipulate me psychologically to set a mood. And that is not true. He played music.
How do you know that's not true?
Because I don't. Well, you're right. I don't know his heart. But
then why do all churches play music? Why do all churches play music?
Because music is a way to express your emotions and your love for God.
No, or have you ever researched like what music can do to the human brain?
Music is very powerful. I agree.
It is very powerful. So it'd be a very good way. It could be good or bad. How do you determine if it's good or bad?
Well, I'm trying to share you the rest of the story. Okay.
I know. I'm just asking questions, bud.
Yeah. No, you're good. You're good. So he said, everybody, because it was like I would say about 50 to 75 middle schoolers, high schoolers. He's like, everybody sit down and close your eyes, and I want you to sing this song, Alleluia. And it's
close your eyes.
The same word.
Be quiet.
Yeah. Close your eyes. So I closed my eyes and I started singing. And as soon as I started singing, I felt this. Have you ever seen a fish bowl, like not fish bowl, but like a fish tank, and it fills up with water from the bottom? Like if you fill it, it goes from the bottom up, and it covers everything in the fish tank, like the fish and the stuff inside the fish playing. Okay, so that's what that's the best way I can describe it. This Holy Spirit, this presence started entering the room from my right, and it was filling up the huge auditorium like water, in the sense that it was filling. And as it got closer to me, I realized that it was getting closer to me, and then it enveloped me and kept going, and I was like bathed in it, and then it continued and it filled the whole auditorium. Yeah. And so I
how do you know? Wait, how do you know it filled the whole auditorium? How do you know everybody else was feeling what you were feeling?
Well, I don't know if everyone else was feeling what I was feeling, but I know that what I felt, and I felt.
So how do you know that wasn't? How do you know that wasn't a response to your trauma plus the music being played, and it just made you feel like you were safe? How do you know that had anything to do with God?
Because that was when I was 16, and now I'm 51.
But how do you know that had anything to do with God at that time?
Because that was the start of my journey with the Lord.
Okay, so I assume now the Lord has appeared to you and talked to you and all that stuff.
God did talk to me audibly, yes.
Audibly.
One time.
What did he say?
He said 2 words. He said, "Be calm."
Okay. Now, Joseph Smith also had a very similar experience to this, and he said God appeared to him, God and Jesus.
Right.
They appeared to him. So why should I believe you but not Joseph Smith?
Well, I'm not saying that you should believe me. I'm just sharing my testimony. I'm not trying to manipulate you.
Do you recognize that, like, so if you go to like a MLM, like Patrick Bet David has an MLM like this. Usually when they have these conferences, what do they do first before they bring on the speakers? Play a lot of music, right? Get out of your seat. They play like music that gets you excited. They
Patrick
play
Bet David?
Patrick Bet David. They play excited music. Like what you just explained to me is literally what like every cult does. Every single cult does exactly what you're talking about. Whether it's a Christian cult, whether it's a financial cult, whether it's NXIVM, whether it's Scientology, they all have the exact same playbook. Do you find that odd that everybody who wants to control and manipulate you has the same playbook?
I don't find that odd at all because
No, of
I
course
believe
not.
there are evil people and there are good people. And I
Mhm.
believe people with good hearts share from their heart and people with bad hearts share from their hearts.
That is,
You'll
yeah,
know a tree
that's
by its fruit.
you won't.
A bad tree
You
can't bear
won't.
good
How many?
fruit. A good tree can't bear bad fruit.
Well, then why is it that like the
Right?
people most likely to abuse children in this country are Christian conservative men?
Where did you get that stat?
You don't know that stat?
That's so preposterous.
Excuse me?
That's preposterous.
You-
Nobody believes that.
That's
Now,
the,
if you look
those
at
are
the
the numbers.
Catholic Church, you can cite the priest,
If you take a study and you go look at any convicted child predator, you are going to see an overrepresentation of Christian conservative men.
All right. So
What
is
about
a Christian?
and let's talk about the history of Christians and the fruit that they have brought. Right?
What is a Christian?
Who was it that were enslaving people in this country? Were those people
What is your definition of a Christian?
Were those people Christian? People who say that they're Christian are Christian.
Okay, people who say, well, according to the Bible, it's people who live.
I don't care about the Bible. The Bible means fucking nothing to me. You can't cite the Bible is what you're trying to argue is real. You can't cite something that it has no proof that it's real as justification. These people these people also cited the Bible. These people also cite the Bible. Please stay on topic. These people also cite the Bible. They regularly talk about it. Many of them are church leaders. You reference the Catholic Church. You want to talk?
Are you a husband?
I'm not going to answer that question. I'm not talking about my
Why?
personal because I'm not interested in talking about my personal life with you.
Are you a father?
I'm not interested in talking about my personal life right now.
Okay.
You're moving the goalposts here.
I'm trying to answer
you
your
said
question with the
I haven't asked you a
question.
question yet. You said that by their fruits ye shall know them, right? Or essentially that's what you said. Why is it then that if I look back in history, most of the abhorrent things that have been done, at least in the Western world, have been done by Christians? Even the formation of the Bible itself in the Council of Nicaea, they brought everybody together, and there was a disagreement on what books should be placed in the Bible. And what happened to the dissenters? They were murdered. The very formation of the Bible is a story of murder. I'm looking at the fruits.
Google?
It's not good. I do have, obviously.
Okay. Can you type in what are the majority? What are the demographics of child molesters?
Do you have a specific? Do you have a specific website you want to go to?
Go to something that's proven. It's not left wing.
Why would left wing not be proven, but right wing would?
Because they're globalists. Some of them.
Bro, listen, you're so
indoctrinated.
No, listen, hold up. Shut up. You are a human being at 51 years old who is so this is proof. This is why I hate your fucking religion. That's why I hate all fucking religion, because you've been led to believe that your religion aligns with the right and that the left is globalist. Your side of the aisle is the ones that are perpetuating. Your side of the aisle is perpetuating abuse on children at a much faster rate. Just Google right now. Man arrested for child sex abuse, and look at Republicans versus Democrats. This is happening in Republican states all over the country. You are a person at 51 years old who is incapable of a rational thought yourself, and it starts with the indoctrination of religion. You are led by belief. You are led by feeling. We just had Joe Biden in office, who is a practicing Catholic, who's somebody who goes to church every Sunday, and you guys decided that he was not a Christian, but Donald Trump, who is outwardly said he wasn't a Christian forever, who claims he does not need forgiveness, which is a totally unbiblical teaching, who has had 3 different wives, who has 30 plus sexual assault accusations against him, who is a serial cheater in both business and in life, and doesn't seem to have a single guiding principle in his life. This is why I hate your fucking religion, because when it's just your religion, I don't care. But then you apply it to politics and you come up with the worst fucking answers. You're talking about a side right now that is totally and wholly complicit in a genocide. You're talking about a side right now who is rounding up brown people and throwing them in cages. And yes, I know that that happens everywhere, but we didn't cheerlead that. You guys are cheerleading that. You guys are cheerleading atrocities all over the world while hiding behind your Christianity. You don't your political beliefs are at odds with your biblical beliefs. And this is why I hate it, because you have been convinced that somehow your religious beliefs and your desire to keep gay people and trans people from being recognized is actually what God wants. So you'll overlook the atrocities. You'll overlook the mistreatment of poor people. You'll overlook the mistreatment of brown people, which Jesus certainly was one of them. Jesus would have looked like a lot of the people that are being genocided in Palestine right now. But because you are so easily manipulated, a bunch of white conservatives in America have convinced you to turn against every teaching from that book. If you are a Christian and your views lined up with that book, I've got no problem with you. I don't care if you believe in God or not. But you have taken this faith and you have completely bastardized it to the point now that you are supporting genocidal maniacs in the name of Jesus Christ.
So on Google it says, children who do not live with both parents, as well as children living in homes marked by parental discord, divorce, or domestic violence, have a higher risk of being sexually abused.
No, hold on. You asked about the makeup of the individuals. Now you're talking about a set of circumstances.
Yeah,
it's not what you asked for. This isn't what you asked for.
What I'm saying is I went to a Google website.
Can you see the screen?
Child abuse.
Can you see the screen?
Hold on, let me look.
Here's the number of perpetrators in child abuse cases in 2023. It's the last year we have available data. The perpetrators, 187,000 of them white, 86,000 black or African American, 82,000 Hispanic, unknown 25,000, 2 or more races 9,000. The overwhelming majority of offenders are going to be white dudes. And the overwhelming majority of white dudes are Christian.
What is the population of white people in America? What's the percentage? Higher or lower than blacks?
Wait, no. Wait, hold on. We're talking about.
Okay, hold on. Watch it. Say black people.
What?
Black people.
White people?
You said blacks instead of black people. Right.
Okay, I'm just saying.
Wait, but hold on.
Okay.
But hold on. It's irrelevant because we're asking statistic like who perpetuates more violence on children. So we're going to take what you want to do then is you take all the children and you take all the abusers. And statistically, as a child, you are most likely to be abused by a white guy.
That's a valid point if the white people were the minority.
No.
Are the majority.
No, I don't think you know how statistics work.
Based on demographics.
No, it's not. Well, maybe in your world, maybe if you lived in an ethno state where only black children could never be around white men, or Hispanic children could never be around white men, but you don't live in an ethno state, so you don't have your data right. And again, this is more evidence. And look, now you're going to justify here's my guess. My guess is you're a little bit racist. My guess is that you don't. Do you support gay marriage?
No, absolutely not.
No, absolutely not. Do you think trans people have the right to exist?
Absolutely, yes.
Do you think they have the right to exist in school as they are with the pronouns of their choice?
No.
Okay, this is my problem. You have taken a religion that you have no evidence of other than a room that you were in where you felt something nice, and you are using that to oppress other people, and your justification for why you get to oppress other people is this book that you can't prove is from God, because you haven't even proved that God is real. So my problem with your religion is that you somehow Christians all, and it's lazy and it's conservative lazy shit. You guys all think you get this magic fucking loophole where if I believe something, I can treat people poorly. oh, I believe that the Bible, that Jesus and God don't want this. You can't prove God or Jesus is real, and you just go ahead and you just slap that on other people. You just treat people horribly. Look, I've read the Bible, and so have you, and we both fucking know, both of us know, that one, it is very unclear what Jesus thought about gay people in terms of like how they should be treated from a government. It is 100% unclear. But when I get to the New Testament, it's very fucking clear that Jesus says, don't judge, don't cast the first stone, right? When he sits there with the but he never says that you get to oppress these people. Otherwise, because there's all these other sins that you don't get to oppress people for. Just apparently your sexuality.
Jesus was against
you have
oppression.
become, yes, but
He
you
said,
are
"Love your
not.
neighbor."
But you are pro-oppression.
I am pro-oppression.
Do you believe?
How am I
I
pro-oppression?
just explained this. Do you believe that gay people should be able to get married? You said no. I said, do
I
you
said
believe
no.
that trans people should be able to exist in society with their identity that they choose? And you said no. That is oppression.
I said
you
yes.
You
asked if they should exist, and of course I said yes.
And then I said, do you? And then I went further and I said, do you think they should be able to exist in society under the gender that they prefer? And you said no. So what you're talking about right now
pronouns.
is yes, pronouns. What you talked about right now is oppressing other people because of your beliefs. And you just said Jesus was against oppression. So could you please explain to me how I'm supposed to believe that that your religion is worth a goddamn, and two, that you understand the Bible when you are sitting here you've called us globalists. And I assume that we're globalists because we don't think Palestinians should be genocided. And you stand by and you watch that happen. You'll watch any atrocity happen. But not as long as it's not against white Christian conservatives. My problem with religion is when you use it for bigotry, when you use it to justify bigotry, you can go fuck yourself. I don't believe in your God. If that is the God, fuck that guy. That guy fucking sucks. That guy hates, that's the most hateful person. What's his problem? Where the fuck was he last week when a bunch of kids that were praying got shot? Where was he? All-powerful God couldn't step in and stop that? He can resurrect. He can resurrect from the dead. He can part the Red Sea for people to walk through, so they don't have to walk around or they don't have to build a boat. He can do all this shit. But when it's time to protect children who are on their knees praying to him, he's like, "Oh fuck, I can't be bothered. I had a tea time."
Did Hitler brainwash the Germans to kill millions of Jews?
Can you? I'm not interested in you deflecting right now. I want to know where your God was. I want to know where your God was last week. Why can't he step in and protect children? I asked you a question. I asked you a question. You can answer my question, and then you can ask yours. But I want to know where he was last week. Where was he?
Where was he?
He had a day off?
On his throne looking down.
Just watching kids get massacred in a school.
He was in the room when that happened, and he was on his throne.
Is an awesome God. He just watches kids die. Is that the song?
Well, he also said that in heaven there's no more tears, no more pain, no more suffering.
Oh, that'll make him feel better. Oh, well, just tell the parents. It's fine. Guys, once you die, you won't care about this anymore. Yeah, imagine that, a place that you can't prove exists. Guys, don't worry about anything that happens on Earth. Do you not recognize that this sets you up to be manipulated? This sets you up.
Answer your question. Now answer mine.
What's your question?
Did Hitler brainwash the Germans?
We're on TikTok. I need you to use, like, say,
Schmittler.
Mustache Man or something else. We're on TikTok. Those words can get us taken now.
Oh, okay. Did the short dude with the weird mustache brainwash Germans to kill millions of Jews? Yes. Okay.
And do you know how? I'd like to add to that. Let me tell you exactly how he did it. First, he went to the rich people, and he went to the rich people, the titans of industry, and he said that it's all these Jewish folks that are causing you problems. And so I'm going to bring you in, and we're going to nationalize some stuff, and we're going to be for the working class here. We're for Germans. And then the next group he brought in was the church. And the church, the Christians in Germany, they set aside a single day, a special day to celebrate Schmittler's birthday. They made it a national holiday. They made it a religious holiday. And the reason that Schmittler was able to convince so many people that this was okay is because he co-opted the fucking church. And the church and the people in Germany were like, who killed Jesus? And then they made the Jews the scapegoat in Germany. He did exactly what Trump is doing. He did exactly what's happened to you. They use your faith against you so that you will stand by and watch genocides happen, and it doesn't bother you a goddamn bit. You watch children being shot, doesn't bother you a goddamn bit because God is in control. They're abusing you because you are easily manipulated. Because you have a belief in something that you cannot prove, you need to be hyper aware that people will use that against you your entire life, and they will use it to get you to go along with them doing horrific things. That's the only reason that happened. That's the only reason it could happen in Germany, is because they took the religious people who already don't demand evidence for things and sold them on their feelings that the Jewish people were a problem, and they're like, fuck it, get rid of them. Just like you guys are doing with trans people, just like you guys are doing with Palestinians, just like you guys are doing with brown immigrants in this country. Isn't it crazy how easy it is to get Christians to go along with atrocities? It's crazy, isn't it? Just demonize the right people and they're cool with whatever.
Have you ever bought a bag of grapes from the grocery store?
A bag of crepes or grapes?
Grape.
Yeah,
grapes,
dude, I do it all the time.
All right. Did you ever find a grape that was mushy and broken?
All
and
the time.
And has like mold on it?
All the time.
All right. What did you do with that grape?
Threw
that
it
was
away.
Gross? All right. So
what did you do with that grape? You made him your fucking leader. You put him in charge of the country. You took the mushy grape. That's the problem. You guys take the mushy grapes and you're like, these are actually the best grapes. These grapes should be the ones leading. I throw it out. You guys worship it.
All right. So did Mother Teresa serve the poor all her life?
I don't know. What the fuck does it? Are you going to answer anything I say? You're just going to keep asking dumbass questions. Are you going to follow up on the grape thing? Are you just leaving the grape analogy now? We're on to Mother Teresa. I don't think Mother Teresa was a very good person. If we want to be honest about that, I think Mother Teresa also overlooked atrocities. I think she was willing to use like, oh, I help people, so I'll also overlook atrocities. I'm tired of cowardice Christians like, look at all the good I do, and then they sit back and they watch terrible things happen to people, and they don't care because those people don't share their beliefs. I have a problem with that. I have a problem with the entirety of the Catholic Church, who talks all openly all the time of all the good that they do. And when you bring up the fact that not only did they abuse children, but they also hid these priests. They just kept like moving them all over the world. Like, oh, well, it happened in Maine. Let's move them to Brazil. And then the priest did it in Brazil too. And they just covered up this entire thing. I don't give a goddamn what they say they believe in. If you're able to like put your views and your religion ahead of people's lives, then I don't give a fuck. That's like, if that God exists, I'd rather be in hell. I don't want to be around somebody who's able to just watch all this stuff happening, who's all powerful and it's like, man, nothing I can do about it.
Do you think murder is morally wrong against a human?
I think murder is wrong, yes.
All right. So Mother Teresa spoke very clearly about how she hates abortion. She wants families to treasure their unborn child.
I don't care.
Okay, well, what my point is that Hitler was a bad tree, and Mother Teresa, in my opinion, was a good tree.
Yeah, because because that's the thing. She agrees with your political beliefs. But you know who also was an advocate against abortion? Schmittler. You know who also was an advocate against trans people and said that they should not be able to identify how they want, and he put them in camps, in asylums? Schmittler. You know who also went after LGBTQ people? Schmittler. And he did it while the church cheerleaded him and gave him a fucking holiday. You are him, dude. If you were in Germany, you would have been with him. Like your ideology and his line up perfectly. You would have sat there and you would have celebrated. You would have been one of those people who had to flee to Argentina and then you just lie about it the rest of their lives. You and Schmittler have the same ideology.
Why did the U.S. go to war against Germans in World War II?
Well, there were a lot of reasons, but mostly it had to do with our allies. The problem that we had in America is the conservatives in America, it made their own party. And you know what they called that party? They called it the Nazi Party. And we held big rallies at Madison Square Garden. It looked eerily exactly the same as Donald Trump's rally that he just held. And you know who it was? It was prominent Christians. It was prominent rich people. It was the same people that Schmittler had co-opted over in Germany. He co-opted them here too. And the reason that we were slow to get in World War II, and the reality is, and our history books don't teach us this, is that there were a lot of Americans who were on his side. I'm seeing Tucker Carlson now say, like, you know what, he might have been right. That's the problem we have. And so and they did exactly what Trump did. They got all the richest people on his side, and they got the churches on his side. You have no ability to recognize history.
Well, I know that Hitler was killing millions of people, and Americans didn't want that to happen.
No,
that's
revisionist. That's revisionist as fuck. The most famous American at the time was Charles Lindbergh, and he was the head of the American Schmaltzy Party. And prominent Republicans all over this country, or conservatives, excuse me, prominent conservatives all over this country were talking about the same stuff that he was, the same stuff that they're talking about now. There is no difference. Americans today that support Donald Trump would have said, let's not go there. You know how I know that? Because a genocide's happening in Palestine and they're silent. An attempted genocide's happening by the Russians right now, and they're blaming the Ukrainians. The two people who are having genocides committed against them, American conservatives, Christian conservatives, are blaming the people that the genocide is happening to, the Ukrainians and the Palestinians. That's how I know. You would have been with them. You are the opposite of Schmittler. You are the opposite of Schmatzis. Or not the opposite. You are with them. You're the opposite of the genocided. You would have sided with him. You're doing it now.
Do you believe that Christians read the Bible and go, I need to molest children?
No, I believe that they use it as a way to justify or get out of these problems. Right. So like for example, again, I grew up Mormon. Joseph Smith had a 14-year-old bride. He had multiple child brides. So did Brigham Young. You know what my Mormon friends say about that? They go, oh, well, it was a different time. It was a different time. It was okay then. As if God isn't like all knowing, the same today, yesterday, and tomorrow. Right. Like Mary, she was 14 years old. What's she doing having a child? Why'd God choose to impregnate a 14-year-old girl?
Well, we don't know
what a pervert.
Back in those days.
Now we don't think she was 14?
No, historically, back in those days, 15-year-old girls, 16-year-old girls, they were given by their parents to.
Okay, but God is the same today, yesterday, and forever, right? But God is unchanging. So why do you believe that God right now thinks it's okay to marry and give away 14-year-old girls?
No.
Okay, so why did God choose a 14-year-old girl? Why didn't God choose somebody of age?
Well, first of all, we don't know her age, and second,
we know it as much as we know any of the other things that you are dead set on right now, and we know it better because there are records. They were literally there to pay taxes. We do have records.
Well, historically,
so God just changes with the times.
Puberty, historically, in the time of Mary.
Listen, we already addressed this. We already addressed. I'm not going to let you do this again. Is God the same always?
Yes.
Okay, so why? And you agree that God would say that it is inappropriate to give away a child bride or to get somebody pregnant at 14, correct?
I don't. I know.
You're iffy on that?
I know that there's an age of accountability.
So God thinks it's 14. So God thinks it's 14.
Recognizes their sin, and at that point they need to repent of their sin.
And if they don't repent, then they could be impregnated. If they don't repent, is that what you're saying? She didn't repent. Is that what happened?
God's mind.
You did earlier. You sure seemed to know his mind earlier. See now how you're backtracking. I just want to make sure we're clear on this. Why didn't God choose somebody that was 20?
Talk to him.
Oh, so I thought the Bible was the word of God.
The Bible doesn't say how old she was. And the Bible only says that God.
Well, yeah, but the Bible didn't say a lot of these other things you said too. And you kept talking about scholars and the way that they're citing things. You were comfortable talking about the Council of Nicaea. You were comfortable talking about the clothes that Jesus wore. You're probably cool with like the shroud of whatever it is. You probably talk about that.
I don't know enough about the Shroud of Turin, and I don't really worry about it.
But do you see how quickly you're willing to abandon like your religion when it's like God doesn't have the answer? When God appears to be a pervert? By the way, you don't think people look at that?
God is a pervert?
He impregnated a 14-year-old girl. Please explain. No, this time I'll be quiet.
I'm not saying she was 14.
Real quick. This time I'm going to give you. This time I'm going to give you the mic. This time I'm not going to interrupt. I just want you to explain to everybody here right now how impregnating a 14-year-old girl does not make you a creep.
For one, I don't know how old she was, I know that God impregnated.
Okay,
her by
let's
the
just
Holy
say, let's just
Spirit.
say that you find out she was 14,
But
that
the
number's
key word
right.
is holy.
Would God then be a creep if she was 14?
If she was 14, I don't judge God on what he does, and I don't know if she was 14, so it's a silly
See,
argument.
so now we're back.
Question.
So now we're in this situation. This is how you get set up, and this is how Mormons get set up, and this is how all of you guys get set up. What you see in the Bible is a justification for him being a pervert. And it's like, oh, he got a 14-year-old pregnant. Even if you want to say it's immaculate conception, at the very least, it's abusive. Like making a 14-year-old unmarried person carry a child and have them born in a manger. Like at the very least, he's abusive. And what that now allows is later on down the road. What that now allows. Excuse me. And down the road now, you'll overlook other things. Because the God in the Bible did some fucked up things. And the God in the Bible justified some fucked up things, which is why you're able to sit here. I've brought up the genocide in Palestine multiple times yet. Not a peep from you.
I can answer that if you want.
Okay, why do you support the genocide in Palestine?
I don't support any genocide.
Do you support Donald Trump?
You asked me about the genocide in Palestine.
I know, and then I asked a follow-up question. Do you support Trump?
Just ask one question at a time, because
that was the second question. I asked one, you answered it, I answered the next. Or I asked the next. Do you support Trump?
But see, I feel like I'm being led to give answers that support your ideology.
Oh,
and I'd like to share
you're afraid.
Ideology.
Yeah, you're afraid that if you're honest right now, you're going to be exposed as somebody who justifies
I'm not afraid
things.
Of being honest.
Well, then to be honest. Then be honest.
Trump.
Then be honest. Do you?
Why do you want to know if I support Donald Trump?
You don't think that's relevant to whether or not you don't think that's relevant to whether or not you're supporting a genocide?
I told you I don't support genocide.
Okay, do you support Trump? Do you support Donald Trump? Do you support Donald Trump? Is he supporting a genocide?
No.
He's not. So you don't think what's happening in Palestine is a genocide?
I think what is happening in Palestine is war, and war is hell.
Why do kids? Wait, hold on. I just want to make sure. I just want to make sure of this. How many Israelis have died in Palestine?
Israelis?
Mm-hmm.
I don't know.
How many Palestinians have died?
I don't know.
So how do you have an opinion on this? How do you have an opinion on this? You don't even know.
Because God established through Abraham, he told Abraham, I will give you a nation, a promise, an inheritance of a legacy of your lineage. And I am making a covenant between you and me based on a promise.
Wait, lineage. Wait, hold on. Lineage is, when we're talking about lineage, we're talking about like you brought up at the beginning, we're talking about a bloodline, right? Excuse me. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe I'm wrong about this, but I'm seeing a lot. There are a lot of European descendants, Jewish people that are from European descent, who are in Israel. That's not their land. Clearly, that would be the people of Palestine, right? They've been there for centuries.
So Abraham was long before. Abraham was long before.
Right.
What was the question?
We're talking about bloodlines, right? If you're talking about the Bible, we're talking about the people who
physical and spiritual.
Where does it say physical and spiritual?
Physical is traced through the 12 tribes of Israel, son of Abraham, which is Isaac. Isaac had Jacob. Jacob had the 12 tribes of Israel. It was multiple people.
Okay.
And then spiritual, according to the New Testament, anyone who puts their faith in Jesus is Abraham's heir.
Well, now you got
spiritual history.
I got bad news for you, bud. Now you've got a double fucking problem because one, their lineage doesn't trace back. Many of these people are from Europe. Two, the lineage that trace back, those are mostly going to be Palestinians. And three, bad news, dog. They don't believe in Jesus. They think Jesus was a false prophet. That's what Judaism is. They do not believe that Jesus is the Son of God. There is no birthright for them if we're talking that it also has to do with ideological lines because they don't believe that he was the Son of God or a prophet or the Redeemer. They're still waiting for a Redeemer. So you got both problems. Not only do you have a lineage problem, you've got an ideological problem. And once again, this just goes to show how fucking easy it is to convince American Christians to support a genocide. You don't even know who's over there. We're supporting the Jewish people committing a genocide on the Palestinians, and you think this is about Christianity. Sorry, bud. The Christians aren't represented over there. They just told you that because you're easily manipulated. So they just say to you like, oh, it's Judeo-Christian values. You never stop to think about that? You never stop to think that Jesus isn't really Jesus isn't really part of Judaism? You didn't think about that ever?
Are you making a claim that Abraham's descendants are Europeans?
I'm making a claim that they are not Europeans. And if you know anything about Israel, a significant portion of the people that live in Israel came from where? Europe. They are not there by birth. They are not in Israel. They are not, excuse me.
From Europe? Where did you get that fact? That's not true.
Brother, when was Israel founded as a Jewish state?
In 1948.
Okay, and the people that, and there were a bunch of people that were displaced around that time, right? A bunch of Jewish people that no longer had a home, right?
Correct.
Where were they?
They were in Europe. They were in different parts of
And
the world.
where did they go?
Russia.
And where did they go?
Went to Israel.
Okay.
Israel.
Okay.
But they didn't come from Europe. They were scattered when
Can you explain to me? Can you just explain it? Can you just explain to me why? Wait, can you explain to me? Wait, hold on. Can you explain? Hold on. Can you explain to me? Can you explain to me why there are so many like ethnically white European Jewish people in Israel? Then, how did that happen?
Ethnically white?
Yeah, how'd that happen? Yeah, how did that happen?
Jews that had. I'll answer it. If they're white ethnically and they were Jewish originally, they intermarried with Caucasians and they went back to Israel. What's the big deal?
What do you mean? The problem is
why do you have so much hatred for whites?
No, it's not hatred for whites. It's hatred for your dumbass argument. Because again, your argument is that this was a birthright, and I said, is it by blood or is it by religion? And you said both. It's ideology and it's blood. Well, by blood, the Palestinians should have that land because they've been there for centuries. And if we're talking about ideology, those are Jewish people, and they don't believe in Jesus Christ. So if you're using, hold on, just listen. If you're using Jesus and the words of Jesus to establish a Jewish state, I'm sorry, that doesn't make any sense to me. That's not biblically sound. It's not biblically sound. I asked you. You said
it is biblically sound.
But the Jewish people don't believe in Jesus.
Exactly. That's so true. But it doesn't mean that they're not promised by God.
Wait, who did God promise that he would restore the birthright to, or to restore the kingdom to? Who was he specifically talking to?
Jews and Gentiles.
Who specifically? Name me some prophets that he told that to. Moses?
Well, Isaiah,
how about Moses? Okay,
Abraham,
let's talk about it. Did Moses have the same beliefs as Judaism, or was Moses a Christian?
Moses was a Jew. He established Judaism. The law was under Moses, given to God through Moses. Yes.
Okay, but he believed in Jesus, right?
No,
I don't know if you know this.
Moses didn't believe in Jesus. He believed in God.
Well, wait, hold on though. Weren't all of these prophecies about Jesus? How did they prophesy about Jesus if they didn't believe in Jesus?
They had not met Jesus yet. They were prophesying of a Messiah, and Jesus came and fulfilled all the prophecies.
Okay, so the people that are the people in Israel that are currently committing a genocide, are those Christians?
The majority of Israelis are Jewish. They do not believe Jesus is
Christian?
Messiah.
Are they Christian?
They're not Christian, no.
So how are they fulfilling a biblical prophecy if they do not believe in the Savior?
Because God made a covenant through Abraham for a nation
of
descendants
of
Abraham.
Okay, so are you talking about lineage? Because then if we're talking about lineage, now you're talking about the Israelis are committing a genocide against those who actually have a direct lineage from Abraham.
So here's the thing.
No, I need you to address this. This is bizarre.
Palestinians are from the line of Hagar. Hagar was the illegitimate heir of, or brought the illegitimate heir from Abraham. So there's a story in the Bible, and here's how it goes. God promised Abraham and Sarah a child. They were getting old. They didn't want to be patient. So Sarah went to
slow down. No. I don't need a whole story. I need you to explain to me. So you're saying that their bloodline is that the Palestinian people, that they're not from there. They're from, so where are they from?
They're from the line of Hagar.
Where are they from?
Hagar.
How did you come up with that?
Because it's in the Bible.
In the Bible, it says Palestinians are from the house of Hagar?
If you trace them historically back through their lineage, they come
I'm asking
from Hagar.
you did that? How did you do that? How did you do that?
Because Hagar gave birth to Ishmael, and Ishmael gave birth to the line of the Philistines, and Palestinians are the modern day Philistines.
How do you know that?
David, because in the Bible, and it's also
you keep going back to the Bible, so you don't know. It's just you just think that. You just think it, right?
Well, all historians agree, unless
they
they're
do.
really godless.
I'm seeing a lot of historians currently who say that are saying that by birthright, the Palestinians have claim to that land.
Okay, well, God gave Israel to his people under Abraham's seed through Isaac.
Allegedly this happened.
Allegedly,
allegedly, right? And there was nobody that that ever bred.
Part of Israel. Palestine is not.
Israel didn't exist, bud. Israel didn't exist.
Israel did not exist. What do you mean?
Israel did not exist. It's a state that was invented in the 40s.
No, God gave the land of Israel to
who?
Abraham. That's proven historically.
Okay, so then can you explain to me, if we're talking about bloodlines, how do we have European Jewish folks who don't believe in Jesus, who somehow have a birthright that you need to, and you're using that birthright to justify a genocide of the Palestinian people? You can't even explain it. Listen, I want to be very, I'm not done. I'm not done. No, you're not. No, you're not. No, you the fuck are not. Because it's happening right now and you are not against it.
You're saying that oh my gosh.
Do you believe, you said you don't believe it.
Wrong.
Okay, then what's happening in Palestine?
War.
Okay, like 2,000, I think it's like 2,000 Israelis have died and something like 62,000 Palestinians. Every day I can go on Twitter and I can show you a video or a picture of a kid who's picking up aid who gets shot by a sniper. I'm watching children being starved to death, like 8-year-old children being starved to death. I'm watching men and women with no weapons who are attempting no acts of war being starved to death. I watched a hospital the other day that was full of sick people, doctors, and journalists get bombed by the Israelis. And when first responders showed up to try and help, they bombed it again. This is what I'm telling you. Your religion allows you to overlook. Your religion allows you to overlook a genocide because they tell you it's really important that you go out on the internet and you go out in life and you proselytize. Let me tell you about your proselytizing. It has never done a single ounce of good in the history of this world. All it has done, and I proselytized. I did it for 2 years, and I feel horrible about it because all I did is I took people who were vulnerable and I told them that Jesus would fix this for them. And guess what? He didn't fix a goddamn thing for any of them because just like Jesus, when those kids were praying into school, he doesn't do anything. He just sits there and watches it. And it might make you feel better when somebody dies that you think that there's a heaven, but I have a problem. I have a problem with your inability to recognize a genocide. Every historian across the world who has studied genocides, they all agree this is a genocide. The only reason you don't is because you have this silly little book that tells you that this is a prophecy, and so you can overlook a genocide because this is how God wants it. And that's why you're easily manipulated. It's the same way that the Germans were manipulated into supporting the Holocaust.
You're putting words in my mouth. You're pushing a narrative that I don't believe in.
No, you
I
don't believe that. No, the genocide's happening. You do support it. You just don't think it's a genocide. You're
I
wrong
don't
about
support
that.
genocide. What part of I don't support genocide?
Do you
do not
support?
understand?
You voted for Donald Trump. You support
Yes, I
Donald
did.
Trump. When I asked you what was happening in Palestine, you said specifically it's not a genocide, it's war. But nobody thinks that outside of Christian Republican conservatives and Israelis. Everybody else in the world is come to the conclusion, including a lot of Christians and a lot of Jewish people have come to the conclusion that this is a genocide. But you can't, because you don't actually care about human life. You want to go at gay people. You want to go at LGBTQ people. You want to be able to be a bigot and hide behind your religion.
When an Israeli soldier kills a
Hold on,
teenager.
John. Hold on, John. You've been on this debate for like an hour and a half. I don't know if you want to.
I'll wrap it up. We'll wrap it up soon. Yeah.
And we've got some comments, and I just want to remind everybody we do this each day, Monday through Friday from 9:30 to 1. The gift goal number that I have currently is 206, so we're a little ways away. So if you guys could help us out, Venmo, Cash App, PayPal, Super Chats, that help us out, knock out that goal, and also subscribe if you haven't already.
Go ahead.
So, an Israeli soldier who shoots a teenager Palestinian has committed a sin, in my opinion. Okay.
And I would say a war crime. I would say a war crime because who gives a fuck about sin?
I absolutely agree. Okay.
Okay.
But my point is that when a Hamas person flies over fences with a machine and starts raping and murdering people, that was a sin just as well.
No, it wasn't. It was also a war crime. Stop using the word sin. It's fucking stupid. It was a war crime.
Well, I believe in
it was
sin.
a war crime.
Whatever you
and
want to call it.
Benjamin Netanyahu has been
How is it a war crime?
hold on. Both Hamas, the leaders of Hamas, and Benjamin Netanyahu are war criminals. This is not difficult.
No, I am not going to judge people, but I do believe Hamas is evil, and I believe that people who don't have the Holy Spirit do evil things in the name of their country. But I also believe that Israel has full authority to defend themselves.
They're not defending themselves. They are committing a genocide.
How are they not defending themselves?
There's 60,000 combatants dead. Over 200,000. Excuse me. There are 60,000 combatants dead on the Palestinian side. About 2,000 on the Israeli side. Those are just combatants, alleged combatants. There are over 200,000 people dead in Palestine, probably 300,000, and the rest of them are starving to death. They had nothing to do. They had absolutely nothing to do with this war. Hamas was not in the hospital that they just bombed. Hamas was not in the sack that the 10-year-old kid was carrying back to his family when he was sniped in the head. And by the way, this isn't a one-off. This happens every fucking day. Israel absolutely had the right to defend itself. They stopped doing that a very long time ago when they started bombing schools and hospitals and residential neighborhoods, and when they stopped caring about protecting people who are not in a part of the war. Israel has all the capability in the world. They could go after Hamas one by one. There is no need for them to decimate this. And Donald Trump has stood by and said, you know what his plan is? Do you know what Trump's plan is after this is all over? Do you know?
Yes.
What is it?
To rebuild Palestine
and take control of Palestine.
Dubai.
Where's that in your prophecy?
Not in the Bible. I'm
okay.
saying, all right. Did Hamas?
Wait. Hold on. If the justification's the Bible, then why are you okay with Trump taking it over and turning it into a tourist trap?
I disconnected him. He keeps saying words that it's going to get us taken down on TikTok, so I disconnected him.
All right, cool. All right, let me read the comments here. Go back. All right. DK said, thanks for super chat. Danielle said, most men have no clue how violent pregnancy is. Yeah, that's a wild one. The 14-year-old. Joseph said, what would Jesus say about owning ARs and crypto? It was probably like a birthright from Moses. Jeremy said, for giving it to the bigoted Christians. SS Goku said, guest admits he was groomed in Christianity. That was wild. Jeremy said, ask the guest what he thinks about JD Vance and the red heifers. It was coming. We were almost there. Amy said, God's a murderer. He lives in a gingerbread cloud. Tanya said, you're doing great. Amy Lynn said, and I'm thinking Matthew, Luke, and John were getting drugs from Dr. Puff Puff Pass. I think I read that one. I think that's up here too. Jen, do you have some that you've sent in the chat, in our chat?
I uploaded some Venmos that came through.
Okay. Brianna said, I'm dying. Jesus is supposed to be the living version of the word, and guest thinks he didn't read it. Jesus was a rabbi, allegedly. Kim says, I always appreciate you, but I can't with the Lord debate. That's fine. That's fine. Don't blame me for that. That's not everybody's cup of tea. But maybe he'll stop calling Jen now. Or maybe Jen has a new friend. Paolo said, much love from Puerto Rico. Vet here, supporter. Thank you. Trista said, for Jen trying to shut down Sky Daddy Talks. Carrie Me said, please end the Bible study and get to politics. James said, here you go, shithead. Don't worry, I'll go a little long today. We'll jump back into politics. Got hot as shit in here. My air's not going. All right. Let me update it. Jen, you want to do just your version of announcements real quick? I got to go through yours too, actually. Forgot. 1 second. Christina said, are you familiar with the term backfire effect? This is what you're up against when you're dealing with MAGA and the religious right. I'm not familiar with that. Thank you, Tim. Chelsea said cooking. Thank you. Ashley said, guest knows what the outer portion of a tabernacle is, but he doesn't know what the outer portion of a woman's nether regions is. That's tough. Izzy, thanks for joining the Dollar Train. I think that was it. All right.
I mean, there's sorry, I just ate food and I was gonna be twisted when I say that. So anyways, that was fun. I wonder if he's figured out your name's not Joel yet.
No, he figured it out at the beginning. He said he just thought I was somebody else.
Yeah, when Benny had messaged me, there is someone
else. Who is
it? There's another person who goes by the name of Joel.
Oh, okay.
So also Christina sent a Venmo. Did you read this? Are you the backfire effect?
Yeah, I just didn't know what that was.
Okay.
Do you know what it is?
Okay. Christina. No, I don't know what it is.
Okay. Backfire effect is a cognitive bias where people strengthen their support for a belief when presented with evidence that challenges it, often due to a defensive reaction to information that threatens their worldview or sense of identity. Yeah, that makes perfect. I've never heard it called the backfire effect, but like we see this all the time with MAGA. Like when Trump was convicted of crimes, they're like, that actually makes me support him more. Like that's just more proof that it's actually corrupt against him. So that makes sense.
Yeah, so like I tried to mention earlier, the gift goals in the top left-hand corner. Is that the amount that you have?
Yes.
Okay. So we've got, Jason says he'll go a little longer, but we do this each day, Monday through Friday from 9:30 to 1 Pacific time. That gift goal is so that we can keep doing this as our job. So that helps knock that balance out. So all the Venmo, Cash App, PayPal, Super Chats all go towards knocking out that remaining balance. If you haven't subscribed to us already, you can do so wherever you're watching. If you're on Twitch, you can use Amazon Prime sub and use Bezos' money, or you can subscribe if you've already used yours over there. If you have subscribed before with your Amazon Prime, you have to renew it each month manually. It doesn't automatically renew. So you have to do that there. And we have 4 different memberships on YouTube. We have member-only events over there that you guys can join doing that. I don't want to say any more ops because I don't want another.
Yeah, well, no ops the rest of the day. We're good.
Yeah. So on other days, you can message me and I can bring you on. Check out the link tree on our bio. We are on most social media platforms. Jay's on Cameo. We have merch, and we upload these episodes to Spotify. Did you hear about the new archery equipment that works outside of the Earth's atmosphere?
I did not.
It was built by aerospace engineers.
Danielle said 250,000 to 750,000 have been unalived. That's a low estimate. Yeah, I tried to go at like 2. I haven't looked at the numbers in maybe 3 weeks, and it was between 2 and 300,000 back then. So I can only imagine it's more. D Freezy said free Palestine, and thanks 6 cents, Amelia. All right, let's get to this. And I do want to talk about the chorus thing, and I want to talk about it so that we don't ever have to talk about it again. It's not normally something that I get involved with, but I thought maybe this will be useful to you. Maybe this is just like my own hubris. I don't know. I think that when this broke, I think that the way that this was covered and the way that it was handled was just like mistake after mistake after mistake by virtually everybody involved. My first reaction was I've not loved Taylor Lorenz, but I don't know a lot about her. I've since gone back and I've read some of her work. She does like some actually really good work. She also does some things that I think suck, and I think that's the case with almost every content creator. I think that there are people who probably think I do good work and think that I suck other times. I think the same with others. I'm not a huge fan of Brian Tyler Cohen. I do think he does I think his interviews are all right, but I do think he's a little soft on Democrats. So he's just not my cup of tea. But I also recognize that what Brian Tyler Cohen provides a service and information to people that I probably would never reach. Like I'm never gonna have that buttoned up style. It's very professional. He's very he is a Democrat. He does promote Democrats, and I think that that's useful. I don't think that that's a problem, and I don't think that Brian Tyler Cohen has ever pretended to be anything else. Like I don't think he pretends to be an activist. I think he pretends to be a guy who reports on politics, and he has a political slant. He's not for me. He might be for you. Not a bunch of criticism for Brian Tyler Cohen, but this was his message after this came out. So Taylor Lorenz basically writes a story that says there's this dark money group that's funding left-leaning creators, and it says that that their contract states that they have to control a lot of this stuff, and this looks bad. I tried to get a copy of this contract. I only know one person who has this contract, and that person wouldn't give it to me because then they can be sued because there is an NDA. So it's likely that the reason we haven't seen the contract is because whoever provided their contract to Taylor Lorenz has an NDA, and that they could be sued. I also want to say that Wired magazine is solid. They have an editorial team. They have not been putting out stories like this, and I just highly doubt that Wired would put out a story like this that was unconfirmed. And I think that the more I see, the more I think that Taylor Lorenz did get the story right. Where I have a problem with the response overall is that a lot of people are taking her story and saying, this is what she meant. I think Brian Tyler Cohen's doing that. I think David Pakman did that. I think a lot of people got defensive and they attacked Taylor Lorenz. In reading her story, I don't know that she got anything wrong. I do think that you're left to draw your own conclusions. And I do think it sucks that I've got DMs from right-leaning creators and they get to hit you over the head with this. The other thing that I think I talked about with Shane is that it's kind of an unfair playing field we play here. If we're going to attack Republicans for the same thing, then we need to understand that that'll happen on our side. I also think that on the Republican side, their big story was they were being paid by Russians. And our big story on this side was Democratic donors. I do think there's a significant difference between being somebody on the left and getting paid by Democratic donors than getting paid by a foreign country who is legitimately our adversary. I don't think it's sixes. I don't think it's close. I think what Republicans did was way worse, and they did not give a single solitary fuck. I wouldn't engage in this discussion with a single Republican, not one of them. Benny Johnson, Dave Rubin, Tim Pool, they were getting $400,000 a week. These people at the top end were getting $8,000 a month, and most of them weren't getting $8,000 a month. Most of them were getting a much smaller number than that. So if we're going to compare the two, it's not even fucking close. The right takes money from our enemies, and they take massive amounts of money. I also want to say this. If you are a fan of any of these right-wing content creators, this is exactly what they did forever. Ben Shapiro, Daily Wire, funded by dark money. They never told anybody about it. Dave Rubin, The Blaze, funded by dark money. They never told anybody about it. Steven Crowder, funded by dark money. They never told anybody about it. Tim Pool, originally funded by the same way we are, grassroots, then took dark money, didn't tell anybody about it. The problem I have here is that I do think that there is some criticism that could be levied at the left, and I thought the response was hysterical. You could have just come out. You could have just come out and owned exactly what happened and take responsibility for your lack of communication, and the whole thing would be over. But instead, this is where I'm going to criticize Brian Tyler Cohen.
An internet troll, more attention. I want to address a piece that Taylor Lorenz wrote yesterday for Wired. An initiative aimed at boosting Democrats online offers influencers up to $8,000 a month to push the party line. All they have to do is keep it secret and agree to restrictions on their content. Literally nothing in this statement is true.
That is all true. I don't know why he's saying this. I do not know why he's saying that none of that is true.
Article is about Chorus, which is a nonprofit that I helped found to build up a creator ecosystem, which everybody says they want, but few are doing. So here's what Chorus is. It is a scholarship program to teach creators how to grow their accounts, foster engagement, launch their own shows, and become profitable on their own.
I'll explain why I'm saying it's true. I'll get to it because I want you guys to be able to read it. I don't want you to take my opinion. I'll get to it in the next video. But what he just said isn't true.
Incubator program to build the pro-democracy ecosystem. Influencers and creators have never been more important when it comes to how Americans are consuming their news. The right has been doing this for years, and the left needs to catch up. That's why we're doing this with Chorus. So let's talk about what Chorus is and what it's not. Chorus does not pay creators for content, does not tell them what to say, it does not control who they talk to or work with, and there is absolutely nothing in the contract that could even be reasonably interpreted to say
that's just not true. This is just, I don't know what he's doing. Just to give you a heads up, like, if you read the contract, it's true. In practice, when you hear other people talk about it, they say that that nobody ever forced them to do content. They didn't have to run these interviews through them. I believe everybody, by the way. But Taylor Lorenz, all she had was a contract. And she reached out to him, and she reached out to all of these other creators and said, here's the story we're running. Do you want to confirm this? And everybody was quiet. So when she posted the story, after reading the contract, based on what I've seen in the few clips that people have showed their contract, contractually, this is true. All Brian Tyler Cohen has to say is here, that's what it says in the contract. Let me explain the reason that we do that. We have not been following through on that part of it, though. We are not restricting people in this way. And it appears that they're not. But the contract says they can.
That we do. Period. Full stop. I don't know a single creator who would willfully sign up for a program.
By the way, I don't believe Taylor Lorenz. Not one thing I'm going to cover here has anything to do with Taylor Lorenz or Brian Tyler Cohen. It's just based on, I read the story, the facts that we've been given, they're correct.
That would tell them what they can or can't say. That's not what this program is. We pay people to show up to workshops and technical trainings to optimize their content online. For example, we've got trainings on how to package content for YouTube, trainings on how to optimize audience retention for Instagram and TikTok, trainings on how to form an LLC. Again, there are zero restrictions on their content. And by the way, the program works. In just 2 months, our cohort has added a combined 6 million followers, that's not including me, and seen their views and engagement grow. That is the point of the program, to teach creators how to be effective with whatever messages they want to promote. And with regard to keeping it a secret, there is a standard confidentiality clause in the contract to protect the privacy of the creators. On the literal first day of the program, it was made clear to all of the creators in our kickoff session that they were absolutely free to talk about Chorus. And we immediately...
That's true.
Followed up.
And I think that's one of the things that Taylor Lorenz got wrong. I think she said in there that they said you couldn't talk about Chorus. I think that's one of the corrections that she issued. So again, like, she got some things wrong. I don't want to. And by the way, if you're in the chat and you're like, I'm siding with Taylor Lorenz, like, if you've been here, if you've watched me forever, like, do I side with anybody? Nobody's ever approached me for money. I wouldn't take this money. I don't like Taylor Lorenz. She's done some good things. She's done some bad things. I don't particularly care for Brian Tyler Cohen. I really don't have a dog in this fight. All I'm trying to do with this video is say, like, we had a civil war for no reason here, like, inside of the Democratic Party. This all could have been cleared up if everybody just, like, was honest and everybody just got on a phone call together and instead we had a civil war.
to confirm that in writing. Creators have videos about Chorus. They've got donation links to Chorus in their bios. I myself have made videos that were posted all over the internet about Chorus that reached hundreds of thousands of people. It is not a secret, and it never was. There's the implication in the article that this is some arm of the DNC, or the Democratic Party. We have literally nothing to do with the DNC.
I see, and this is where we're talking about implications. I think the implication was implied. Like, you can't say that. Just stick to the facts. Like, I didn't see the implication that this was like a DNC thing. In fact, my initial response to this, I was wrong. If anybody saw me talking to Shane, like I heard the creators they mentioned, and the creators that they mentioned I thought were really soft on Palestine, and I thought this could be like maybe there's some AIPAC money here and they're soft on Palestine. But then I since learned that there were multiple creators who like regularly are not soft on Palestine, who regularly go after Democrats who are soft on Palestine. So like I was wrong. I was wrong there too. But again, that's the point. Like, don't take what's implied. Take what we possibly could know.
I spend 0 minutes of my day thinking about the DNC. The creators do not toe any party line. How could we? There isn't a party line. Creators are absolutely allowed to speak out against the Democrats, and in fact, plenty do. And frankly, Chorus creators should and do criticize Democrats when they suck, and quite often, they do suck.
Again, please remember, though, that like the towing the party line, I guess that's fair. I take that back. It probably is fair to imply that. But the towing the party line, remember the context when that was written. It was written based on what was in the contract. And if I read that contract, if that contract would have been presented to me, I would have said, no, I'm not signing this contract. Because whether I believe they're going to make me toe the party line or not, the way that this is written seems like you guys are going to have editorial control over what I do, and I'm not okay with that. I definitely would not have signed this contract. Now, again, I don't think that they really upheld that contract. I don't think that they did what the contract said. But if I read it that way, and again, remember, there was no comment here, unless I'm missing something, unless there were people that went on record that I don't know about. There was no comment. So she's left with just like basically what the contract says.
I've seen posts saying that this is AIPAC funded, which couldn't be further from the truth. I'd venture to guess that most Chorus creators, myself included on both YouTube and Substack, have spoken out against the atrocities in Gaza. Lorenz says that the 1630 Fund is, quote, a powerful liberal dark money group. 1630 Fund is our fiscal sponsor. One of the largest documented donors to 1630 Fund is the same person funding Meteor's Reporters in Residence program, which Taylor Lorenz herself is a part of. And guess what her monthly stipend is? $8,000 per month. So she's criticizing...
I don't know if that's true or not. I think she said that wasn't true, but I have no idea.
...an entity that is funded by someone that she is currently taking money from. I guess it's okay when Taylor Lorenz gets paid, but no one else. The monthly stipend that we offer is so that creators can do this.
Why do this? This is what I don't get with Brian Tyler Cohen, all these people. Like, don't be so fucking fragile. Answer the question. Like, why are you then smearing other people? What's the point of this? It makes you look worse. I'm just like, as somebody who, again, like, you guys know, like, Democrats don't like me. Have you ever seen me included in anything? Am I ever included in any sort of organization? Nobody came to me about the Unfuck America tour. Not one person, not even approached. I wouldn't have been the biggest creator on Unfuck America tour, but I certainly wouldn't have been one of the smallest. Like I had numbers that were blowing a lot of those people's numbers out of the water. Nobody approached me. And I honestly do think that's because like I don't like Democrats. I don't like the party. I don't like the political parties at all. I think they're all full of shit. And I think that a lot of these content creators are afraid to go after like are afraid to talk about important topics because they are afraid to lose clicks. And they know that there's certain things they can talk about that are going to get them clicks, and there's certain things that won't get them clicks. I think it's at least fair to say, like, I don't do that. I just sat there and talked to that dude forever. We probably bled numbers. I will regularly do segments that aren't going to do numbers. I don't think about clicks. Two, I don't even know how I would figure out what's going to get clicks. I'm just not that tuned into with what other people think.
Work full time. We've had numerous creators in the cohort quit their jobs so that they can focus on creating content full time. That is what we want. I'm really proud that we can give creators that security for as long as they're in the program. We want people to create pro-democracy content full time, and we want to make sure that they can afford to pay their rent and their bills while doing it. If I could have cohorts with 1,000 people in it so that everybody could be part of the program, I would. For everybody saying that they would like to be part of the next cohort, we would love for you to apply. That's our whole goal. It's to build up an army of pro-democracy content creators who can speak authentically about the issues that they care about and be able to do it as effectively as possible.
All right, I'm going to stop it there. Then take the shit out of the contract. Just fix it. Like, would I sign it? Would I sign a contract if they said, "Look, here's money. We're going to help you. We're going to help you learn how to be more visible online. We like your message. We don't want to control it. We're going to help you get like in front of more eyes. We have a network of people. We'll pay you. We won't do it. No creative control. None of this." Then I'd be like, okay, yeah, like I'm fine with that. I'd like, take it out then. Take the troubling stuff out. I don't get why they didn't say that, or why they didn't commit to like making the language more clear. Then I want to show you this one more. This was Allie O'Brien. I think Allie O'Brien was the one that changed my. She's definitely the one that changed my mind on whether or not these people were being forced to share a narrative. Because Allie O'Brien is somebody who I see regularly. I think she's great, and it's pretty clear that she's not like controlled by AIPAC. It's pretty clear that she's willing to go after Democrats. And so her video changed my mind on like, are these just all like people that are soft on Palestine? Are these all Democrat, like, I don't know, like party, like party mouthpieces? Because I don't think she would be that way. I would consider her incredibly independent. She's factual. Her content seems to be original. She does a lot of work. She's one of my favorite creators out there. I think she's incredibly honest.
Hello, I am a leftist that is known for being very critical of the Democratic Party, and I'm a member of a training program called Chorus that teaches political content creators on the left how to grow their platforms and make content creation into a full-time job. I have a slew of receipts to explain why a very fear-mongering article that came out yesterday about how this program works is just very inaccurate, and I think I'm a good person to talk about this because I've seen a lot of people afraid that this program is just a way for Democrats to pay people off to blindly defend Democrats on the internet, and I understand the fear because that would be diabolical if it was true. But this is a video of me yelling at the DNC literally yesterday over their refusal to endorse an arms embargo against Israel. I am not one to hold back on criticizing the Democratic establishment, so I think I'm useful proof that that's not what this program's about. I do feel there's people in this cohort who shill a little bit too hard for the Democrats, but that's a them problem, not a this program problem. Without further ado, let's get into the claims of the article versus my receipts. Okay, so the first main big scary thing that's written into this article is creators told Wired that the contract stipulated they'd be kicked out and essentially cut off financially if they even so much as acknowledged that they were part of the program or that Chorus existed. No. Here's a video of someone named Heidi who's in the cohort explaining what Chorus is and that she's joining it on November 20th, 2024. Here is the Chorus website that is public facing, anyone can see it, with literal pictures of creators that are in the cohort. In the contract I signed, there is some language that says, hey, please, before you make a public statement about what Chorus is, just check with us. The reason for that is that, as the article states, there's over 90 influencers in the program, many of whom have very small accounts and joined the program to get mentorship and happen to be immigrants or trans in a red state, right? And already happen to be kind of in extra danger right now. And so the goal with the please check with us clause was to make sure that small creators who already had targets on their back weren't accidentally featured on a huge page and then suddenly had an onslaught of threats from the right. Chorus has never been kept some nefarious secret, right? People have been talking about it. It was more just, hey, this is already an unsafe job for some people. Check with us in advance so you don't accidentally add to someone's unsafety. Okay, number two.
Fine, but in the contract, she just said this is what I don't get. I appreciate her explaining this, but in the contract, when Taylor Lorenz got this, she's reading the contract language. She doesn't have the benefit of this. She doesn't have the benefit of anybody explaining to her some of the protections that were offered. So that's why I say I don't think that her reporting necessarily on most of this stuff was wrong. I think it's right. I think that's how I would have interpreted it if I was asked to sign that. Now in practice, it's different, but we're talking about what they agreed to and what they do in practice, and those two things are different. And I think that's fair criticism.
According to copies of the contract viewed by Wired, creators in the program must funnel all bookings with lawmakers and political leaders through Chorus. No, again, I literally have the contract right here. I'll talk through it in a minute, but first let me show you this. Here's an email of me.
Let me go back a little bit there where her head moves, because this is where I don't get it. Book engagements. Chorus will provide contractors with access to the Chorus newsroom, which coordinates bookings and engagement opportunities for creators with government officials, policy and nonprofit experts, and others whose expertise and experiences are relevant to Chorus's progressive policy agenda. Contractor agrees to 1, utilize the Chorus newsroom to book engagements, and 2, disclose to Chorus newsroom personnel any engagements with the government officials or others on topics related to Chorus's policy agenda. Right? They're saying there's no agenda, but in the contract it says that you have to disclose this for anybody that is on topics related to Chorus's policy agenda that the contractor arranges through other means. I'm just saying, I know now she's going to go and explain how she does this, how she breaks the contract, and nobody at Chorus cares. But it is in the contract. Like, I'm just reading the words. I wouldn't have signed it. I get that Chorus didn't hold her to that. But if you're Taylor Lorenz and you have this contract, that is what the contract says.
Have the contract right here. I'll talk through it in a minute, but first let me show you this. Here's an email of me directly reaching out to the Zoran campaign to try to interview him, because Chorus does not control who I interview or what I post. I also sometimes text the comms directors directly of like Congress people that I want to interview, because usually the congressional offices will give out these little business cards. And this is not like specific to content creators. This is just like if you go to try to talk to your senator, their people will give you little business cards. I blurt out the name of the specific person because I feel awkward, but like anybody can get these business cards and then you can just text them. Chorus does not control that. I've done lots of congressional interviews and usually I just set them up myself. And here's the section of the contract, right, that confirms that. It says they want you to disclose to Chorus any engagement with government officials related to Chorus's policy agenda. That contractor, that's me, I'm the contractor, arranges through other means, right? So if I just arrange it myself with a congressperson, I just let Chorus know so that they know that congressperson's open to booking and other people in Chorus can do it too. Accidentally, I always forget to let Chorus.
There's also a part here that like her head doesn't move enough, but it says collaborator also like will work with Chorus regarding, let's see if I can get like a view of it. All such separately arranged engagements. Collaborate fully with Chorus regarding all such separately arranged engagements. Now, she's saying that she didn't coordinate with Chorus, and Chorus doesn't seem to have a problem with it. That's fine. I'm in the contract. It says you have to.
Chorus know so that they know that congressperson's open to booking and other people in Chorus can do it too. Accidentally, I always forget to let Chorus know. Like, I don't think I've ever told them that before, but that's not what's important. What's important is that they're literally acknowledging here that you can book it yourself. And the fact that the person who wrote this article claims to have read through the entire contract, but like, here it is clearly written that what you stated in your article was categorically false. Like, that is quite concerning about your journalistic integrity. Like,
I don't agree with what she's saying there. Is anybody here? Do we have a lawyer here? Like, is this? I don't think that says that you can kind of do whatever you want. That you don't have to. Yeah, this is Ali O'Brien. I don't think that says that like you don't have to work with Chorus. I think it's very clear that you have to. Again, according to the contract, which they didn't follow, and Chorus doesn't care. So if they don't want to enforce their contract, that's fine.
That these contracts are long and confusing. That's why people have lawyers and managers to help them, but you don't write an article about it unless you understand what's going on. This whole article is just written like, this group, they have money and so they control them. And it's just like, no, that's not what's happening. If there is someone in this cohort that you are like, they are too much of a shill doing whatever the Democratic Party says, it's not this program that's the reason for that. I don't know how to put this nicely. It's either a personal moral failing by those people or it's a different contract they're under that says they can't criticize Dems, but it's not this one because I'm under this contract and you can catch me on the daily making fun of Andrew Cuomo, pissed at Cory Booker, calling for Chuck Schumer to lose his job. Take your pick. I have heard of contracts that exist that restrict what people can say bad about Democrats, but this is not one of them. This contract actually has no bearing on a single thing that we ever post, which brings me to my next section. The next part, and this is a really important part, I'm going to try to explain this as well as I can, but feel free to comment questions, is that the contracts reviewed by Wired prohibit standard partnership disclosures. What she's talking about, okay, a standard partnership disclosure is when you make a video in partnership with an org like the ACLU, and so then you put ACLU partner as a disclosure in your caption. There is very important context left out of this article of why the standard disclosures aren't the kind we use at Chorus, and that's because Chorus never pays us to make a video. The author of this article actually said that in a comment.
I think it's even more simple than that. I don't remember the terms, but like there's different types of organizations, but essentially because our political system is so fucked up and that like money is speech and because people have to disclose, the reason that they never have to put paid, like it's a paid ad, is because it's all disclosed on the back end. So it's not actually secret. The reason that you have to say, like, you have to disclose that something is a political ad, especially if you're a content creator, is that, like, your finances are not public. Like, my finances aren't public. And so if I'm going to be paid to do a collaboration, I have to put that disclaimer out there. But essentially, this is the loophole that a lot of them use. Like, this, everybody on the right does this. I mean, it's crazy to think that Ben Shapiro's not paid. You would have to have an ad on everything. So Benny, so all these people, so Charlie Kirk. Charlie Kirk literally like is a nonprofit. So they would all have to put this on every bit of content that they ever put out. The only reason you don't have to is because it's technically public information. You technically can find where that money was spent, and so you don't have to label it as an ad. It is my understanding.
You're correct that Chorus doesn't pay you to post specific content. Chorus is...
There you go. 501c4s. And then the other one's like a 525 or something is the other one that does have to disclose. But 501c4 don't have to disclose. Taylor's cohort does and did. I don't know that about Taylor, but I believe you.
The training program where I learn things like what lights to buy if I want to film a YouTube video and what policy experts are saying about gerrymandering in Texas and National Guard in DC. So since Chorus is about like personal development and they're never paying you to make a video, of course you're not putting like Chorus partnership in your caption. That's not how that would work. So I don't fault anyone who read this sentence and was like, that is so evil, because a lot of people who consume content don't necessarily know the way that the logistics of like, you know, your partnership labels work. But
I do think Taylor Lorenz should have known that. I think that part, best case scenario, she didn't pay attention, like she wasn't paying attention when she wrote that. I do agree though that she should have known why. Like she works in this industry. She should know why you don't have to declaring the creators will not publicize their relationship with Chorus, especially knowing that like even though she never got a response, she could have went to any of these creators' public profiles and she could have seen that they have Chorus in their profile. At the very least, she should recognize that these contracts were not being enforced, and I think that that's where she deserves criticism. Is there are these areas where she a little bit more research or she's being dishonest. She could have said like, this is what the contract says. It's clearly not being enforced. Here are some examples I found of people in breach of contract where it was not enforced. I think that's where she deserves a lot of criticism.
I'm frustrated at the author of this article for not
Yeah, I agree, Evan. Her editors didn't catch that part. Maybe they don't know. I don't know. And I think this is, I don't know. I don't know if she issued an apology on this or not. I know she issued some corrections, but
like the relevant context here, because she is not supposed to publish an article unless it's been like very fact-checked and contextualized, and this was like very misleading. And then I also highlighted this section I accidentally talked about it already earlier in the video. The, you know, creators will not publicize the relationship with Chorus or tell others they're a member of the program without Chorus's prior express.
Tanya said, thank you for covering this issue. I appreciate your opinion. Thank you, Tanya. Did I miss any? Marianne, thank you for the super chat. Sorry, I'll check these as we go through, and I'll update the gift goal here.
Consent. This is the protecting small creators part, but also lots of things in contracts are written very strict in case of legal emergency. I've told plenty of people casually that I'm in Chorus, and Chorus does not care. They've expressly told us that that's fine. This is just for if someone does something like diabolically evil and then Chorus has to sue them and they can just be like, girl, the contract. Like it makes it easier in court. They don't really care about it otherwise. It's not top secret. If you want more examples of people who've publicly talked about Chorus for a while, I'm happy to provide them. Feel free to comment. I just used Heidi's example because I think it's just very obvious. Okay, I have two more things to address in this video, and then feel free to comment if you have more things you want me to explain. But the first is, we've talked a lot about what Chorus is not, because that article led people to believe that it was this, you know, a plot by the DNC to be able to just pay people off to blindly obey them. Now that that's been debunked, let's talk about what Chorus actually is. I have my Google Calendar for the week here to explain. Every morning we start off with a news update meeting. Okay, we meet for 15 minutes. I wake up and I'm immediately just told what the news of the day is, and we all get a chance to ask like questions if we want to know how a specific lawsuit is developing or what is Trump expected to do next with the National Guard, right? We're just
okay. This is the part though that like, don't say there's not an agenda. You have a daily agenda. You're fed the news daily. Right? And this is how you see like unified messaging. I understand this is what they want it, this is what they want to do. This is how they think they're going to combat the right. But I will say this, like, I don't like the right. I fucking hate most of their content creators because I think that most of them are really fucking lazy. I like Tim Pool is one of the laziest journalists, if you can even call him that, in history. He literally started Tim Pool, the podcast, because he said, I don't have to do any research. I can just show up and talk. And I think that a lot of people in media are lazy and they have a team of editors or they have content creation. But like, let's not pretend that there's not an agenda. Every morning, you are required to be on a call that tells you what the news is of the day. If I did that, if I was on that call every day, what you would probably see with this show is that my show would start looking a lot like David Pakman. It would look a lot like Brian Tyler Cohen. It would look a lot like Adam Mockler. Like it would look a lot like these other people. I don't know if mine looks similar to them or not. I hope that it doesn't. But like I don't have an agenda that's sent to me every day. My process is pretty simple. Like I consume news throughout the day. I save things. I throw them in my notes app. Like if I come across something interesting, it's on my notes app. Then in the morning before our show, I collect everything that I saw the day before, everything that I saved and thought would be interesting. I throw it on a Google Doc. You can see it. Like this is what it looks like. So we can be transparent here. I throw it on a Google Doc. I have what it says with the link there. Sometimes I'll separate it into like topics, and then one of our mods just highlights that and moves it over into Discord for the stories that I share. Now, it's definitely shaped by the people I follow. It's definitely shaped by what I engage in. But like this is an agenda. And whether they're saying you have to follow this agenda or not, it does give influencers the ability to do less work. It does give them more time to focus on like building their brand. And if they are in agreement with that, that's fine. But I don't like that people say there's not an agenda, because there's clearly a daily agenda.
Making sure we're all the most informed. These are very brief, sometimes they're 5 minutes. Then 3 times a week in the afternoon, we have a more like specific training. On Mondays, we have technical trainings. That's where we learn about a specific platform. So like someone will come and explain how you start a Substack or how you start YouTube long form. On Wednesdays, we have advocacy training, which is where we hear from an expert in a specific policy field. So recently it's been a lot of people who work in like immigration explaining ICE or explaining the logistics of the National Guard, that kind of thing. And then Fridays are a little bit more flexible and they're optional. I haven't gone to them, so I won't speak on it. And that is the weekly schedule, and the whole point of it is that you're like developing your channel over the course of 6 months so that hopefully by the end of it you can be your own self-sufficient full-time content creator. Because people who work in politics on social media often have a hard time getting funding. Like it's hard to make it your job, but the right does a really good job of making it people's jobs, such that the political right actually pushes out 500 times as much content as the political left.
Yeah, here's why. Let's talk about that. When you talk about the left, and we're not talking about corporate Democrats, let's just talk about the things that we advocate for on the left. None of them benefit rich people. So who's going to fund us? Right? Like, it's not that the right is so fucking smart and that they're so organized. It's that they have rich people, and those rich people want their agenda done. And they're willing to lose money on media because in the long run, like it frames the argument for them in a way that is useful. Right? That's why. If you're a Republican and you're talking about lowering taxes, yeah, who do you think would pay you for that? But if I'm going to advocate for universal health care, who's going to fund me? You know, I advocate for it all the time. If you advocate for universal basic income, who's going to fund you? Like for a little bit, we had renewable energy, but even then, like the funding wasn't there. The reason that the right puts out way more content and the reason that the right is more well-funded is because they're funded by the richest people in this country who want things to stay the same. They want the game to stay rigged for them. And you got a bunch. That's why all of the people on the right are legitimately failed actors. Because they don't really care. They're not asking for these people on the right to go do some investigative journalism. They're not asking for them to go out and write policy. They want them to perform a script. Benny Johnson, failed actor. Ben Shapiro, failed actor. Steven Crowder, failed actor. I believe Matt Walsh was somehow involved in media. Tim Pool, failed journalist. Tim Pool couldn't make any money because he was making enough to survive going out there and covering things like Occupy Wall Street. But nobody's going to pay you big money for that. The causes that we believe in on the left, those aren't money makers. And that message does need to go out. Like, there is a difference here. I applaud what Chorus did, and I don't know who exactly like is cutting the checks, but somebody out there is cutting checks for messaging that won't make them a dime, and I can appreciate that. And I hope that the people involved in Chorus, that they can get that message out there, because I think sometimes we oversimplify it and try and say that the right's just ahead of us because they were ahead of the game. No, they have a leg up. They will always have a leg up. Because they represent the wealthy. That media caters to the wealthy. The messaging is we desperately need the wealthy or everything else will fall apart. So yeah, of course people will pay for that.
Actual statistic every single day. They are outperforming us in volume incredibly because they just make sure that people can do it as a job. That's what this program is trying to accomplish, to counter like the manosphere. Last thing I want to talk about is my belief that the election funding system in this country is like fundamentally broken. And I want to talk a little bit about the logistics of dark money because it's not really explained in this article. Dark money is when someone does fundraising for the purpose of influencing elections, right? Like giving it to a campaign through nonprofit organizations so that they don't have to disclose the identity of the original donor. So for example, right, we all know that Donald Trump is helping the Cuomo campaign in New York. Now that's embarrassing for Andrew Cuomo is the problem. So if Trump wants to give money to the Cuomo campaign but doesn't want anyone to know it was him, he can give it to a dark money organization that again gives it to Cuomo and nobody can trace it back to Donald Trump. I don't like that system. And to be clear, most Americans don't, like, except for the billionaires, we're pretty much all Republican and Democrat, like on the same page that system is really bad. So I was excited to join this incubator program at Chorus for a while. It was the first of its kind on the left. I felt like it was really important for me as a leftist to be there. I mean, this way I can encourage people to be more critical of Israel, encouraging them to push their representatives a little bit harder. To me personally, I find it important to be in rooms with people who are less critical of the system than I am, because I have the hope of like nudging these people into more strong advocacy. And that's not always gonna work, but sometimes it does. And so when the leaders of Chorus came to us and they were like, we're finally launching the program, we finally found someone to fund this, it's the 1630 fund. I was like, right, okay, not the biggest fan of their other work. Let me think on this. And obviously I ended up joining, but it was not without serious deliberation with my friends and my family and my management and the people who run Chorus. And ultimately, like, I wanna sort of lay out for you who may be curious what my thought process looked like. I decided that my distaste for the fact that the 1630 fund funds some, congressional Democrat campaigns with methods that I don't like was outweighed by the potential benefit of a separate program where they have no control over what I say, where I'd be a leftist voice in a first of its kind incubator program for 90 people to combat the manosphere. I was like, you know what?
I just want to say that, like, if that's what she was promised, I fine. But what she's saying right now, according to the contract that she signed, is wrong. And like, due diligence tells me, like, I've been screwed before. Like, I've done a lot of business deals. Early on, I made some bad ones. You can never just say, like, oh, I know what the contract says, but don't worry, we'll never do that. Because when push comes to shove, they may just do that. So it's fine what she's saying. I understand the moral quandary she has. Like, I don't know if I want to take money from 1630, but it sounds like somebody at Chorus said, "Hey, we'll never control your content. We'll never say, we'll never say that you have to have this guest on or that you have to book your guests through us. We'll never do any of these things, even though they're in the contract. We won't do these things." So it's fine. Maybe somebody told her that, and maybe that's what convinced her. But she still signed a contract that said legally they can control that.
This program is imperfect, but I think that I can do good from it. And I think that the threat of fascism is so big right now that there might need to be an order of operations, right? We need to get rid of the fascist threat of Donald Trump trying to take everything over. And then once me and us buddies are in power, then we get rid of the dark money mechanism so that nobody in the future has to do this through a dark money funder who's the only one willing to fund something in the future. I'm more than happy to have dialogue with people about, the pros and cons and weighing, like, joining a program and whatnot. But I do want to, like, really emphasize everything I have posted has not changed at all since I joined this program. I think that's very evident if you know my page well, if you see the things I talk about, if you see the way that I don't hold myself back from criticizing anybody who is worthy of criticism. I think that there is genuinely a very important conversation to be had about the way that we do funding for all things political in this country. And part of the reason this article frustrates me is because instead of having a very legitimate conversation about that, it was just like a bunch of misinformation, and now we're all just debating the facts. It's like taking everyone's attention away from what's like really important and what the real things we should be talking about are, and just making a whole like internet mess. Anyways, feel free to comment.
Yeah, I don't agree with that. I do think that this needs to be addressed. I do think it needs to be talked about. I do think that it's real and that it's a concern for people. I don't demonize any of the creators on there. I don't think it's the end of the world for any of them. I don't think this will change their audience minds. I don't think it'll change anything for Taylor Lorenz. Like, I just don't have a problem with this level of transparency, and I don't have a problem with us discussing it. I think it's important. I do think that like if we've learned anything in this last year, especially I'm talking to you guys on TikTok, like if we've learned anything about content creators, it's that like you don't know the person behind the microphone. None of you know who, like a few of you know who I am. None of you know. Right? Like so if I start telling you just trust me, you shouldn't. You shouldn't just trust people. You should if a story like this comes out, like everybody that was on that list should be questioned. And if my name's ever dropped in an article like that, I would hope that you would question me too. I don't think that this is bad. In fact, I think that this goes to show that there are principles here. Because you know what didn't happen? Everybody in here that's like celebrating, all these Republicans that are celebrating, I want you to know that like this has no effect on anything in the future. All this did was expose that on the left there are principles and on the right there are none. When Benny Johnson and Tim Pool, like it was radio silence. Nobody ever talks about how all of these right-wing influencers are paid by dark money groups. We really think Gunther Eagleman on Twitter got his following because he's so goddamn brilliant? No, he's an aggregator, and they have a whole system over there. They throw these things out too. There are right-wing groups too, and maybe we can finally get some names on those. Maybe somebody else can do it, but like. There are right-wing groups that they're sent out something every single day. There's coordination on the right every single day to push out the message. And the message over there is let's bootlick for the billionaires today. Let's do more bootlicking for the billionaires. I appreciate that the left had the conversation. It brought some people into the room that a lot of people don't like. Like a lot of people were upset that I talked to Shane the other day. I'll just say it, like I've never had a run-in with Shane that was problematic. I know that others have. I know that Shane has said some outrageous things, but like Shane and I had a discussion about something he knew about, and I'm going to do that. I'm going to, like, if somebody knows something, I'm not just going to say, like, I'll never talk to you ever because you've said things that people don't like, or you've said things that are hurtful. Right? Like, I think that what this exposes that there's a lot of thoughtful people on the left, and the fact that, like these people, all these creators had to put out videos, and these videos have generated millions of views, goes to show that, like, the audiences here, they care about being deceived. They care about whether or not their content creator is giving them like an authentic experience and their authentic point of view, or if that is being fed to them. And I think that's great. And I think that like at the end of all of this, what came out of it? The final conclusion is what? Taylor Lorenz could have done some more research. Brian Tyler Cohen and these other creators could have been a little more transparent. But what did we find out at the end of the day? They're getting paid very small amounts of money, relatively speaking, and it doesn't appear that anything in that contract is being upheld. The language that's in that contract is alarming. It doesn't appear that they're doing anything about that language. People are openly in violation of that contract. They're showing pictures of the contract while they're openly in violation of what the contract says, which should just tell you that like. That contract was probably written up by lawyers, and it's probably written up to protect themselves, and they may use that contract to go against people at some point. I'm trying to come up with an example, but like maybe you had like a white supremacist who was running for office, and let's just say that one of these people in chorus decided to host that person, give them three hours. They don't fact check anything, and that person gets 3 hours on a platform spewing lies unchecked by a chorus content creator. I think at that point, chorus would probably get their lawyers and be like, "Hey, you didn't follow all the rules," and that person would come back out and they'd say, "Oh, well, this in the contract it says this, but everybody else is doing it too. So why are you coming after me?" Right? I understand that like why that contract exists. I think a lawyer wrote it. I don't think anybody was near transparent enough, but at the end of the day, like who was hurt by this? None of us, right? Like there was no real mystery there. There was no smoking gun. You probably, whatever creators you saw on that list, however you felt about them before, you probably feel about them now. Maybe a slight difference, but I just don't think like it's devastating. I think it's good. I think we should embrace transparency. I think we should embrace questioning people, and this loyalty to those people. Like that's how Mr. Jones winds up with the platform he had for years. is because even when people would come out and speak the truth about him, everybody else was afraid to. And so it was like one voice versus him, and then his audience who already has built a level of trust with him, like then they go and they attack the victim. And that's why like so many people were afraid to come forward, and that's why so many people were hurt by him, is because like one at a time, like the voices weren't believed, and we didn't demand like any sort of transparency there. So I think it's good. I think the left should be this diligent. I think that if you find out something that somebody on the left did, or a progressive did, or if you find out something shady they're doing, I think that should be brought to light. The last thing I want to do is wind up being like the right, where we're so afraid to lose an election that we lose our integrity. And I think that was it. Bobby, brother, you've been crying in my comments forever, for like weeks, and I'll finally address you. Like, are you ever gonna come up here and have a conversation, or are you just gonna show up every day and defend the right wingers and call people names? Like, where's your courage, Bobby? You're just a little comment guy. We all know where you came from. You started showing up when what's his fucking name? What's the guy? Jen, what's the guy? Rob. Y'all showed up. You showed up after that debate with Rob. So you're either Rob, which is your name's Bobby. It's probably Rob, or you're one of his like 12 fans. And you're not going to come up here and have this discussion. I've invited you every day. Come up here and explain what's so wrong with what we're doing. Come up here and if you want, I can put up pictures of Ben Shapiro, and you can beat off to it if you want. Like I don't know why you think these people are good. I don't know why you think that these content creators on your side are good. I don't know why you think that they're not all just like towing the line, that they're such great debaters. They're not. They're absolutely not. They're not great debaters. You're just like you're in on the party line thing. They're not winning over audiences. Why is it that why do you think this audience grows and your guy's audience doesn't grow? Why doesn't his grow? Because nobody thinks he's good faith. They all just think he's just a copy of everybody else. Anyways, Bobby, one day you may have some courage. You can come up here. We'll see. Illusion said, I trust you because you don't say trust me, bitch. I hope I never have to say that. Tanya said, I appreciate thanks for covering this issue. I appreciate your opinion. Thank you. Miss any of these? Don't think I missed those. Here we go. All right, I'll cover a few more stories and we'll get out of here. I delete my whole account after that pop. Gross, bro's delusional. You want to see? All right, Bobby. Let's do this. We'll debunk you. You're probably Rob, but we can go ahead and debunk this in real time. Because you guys love saying that like I fake my numbers. First of all, I can barely run a stream. I don't even know how I would fake numbers. I don't even know how to do that. But like if you want to look at the analytics, let's see. You can look. Let me see. Make sure that there's no personal information on here. There we go. Audience. Let's see. Where is this? Yeah, I literally mute myself every day. Like, I'm the last person that could figure this out. Like you said, the views are fake. Apparently, like that's a monthly audience. You see regular growth there, and it just continues. If we want to go back for like the last 365 days, you have growth suddenly here. Now, if you want to know what happened here, it's that I streamed every day on TikTok, and we didn't used to stream to YouTube. We would only put up the replays, which you can see you don't get a lot of views. And then TikTok went down, and then we basically said we're doing YouTube. And ever since we've done YouTube, it's essentially been like this. You think I'm faking those numbers? You think with like you can go look at the revenue. You know I'm not making enough money to like generate this many views. I don't know why anybody would accuse me, like of all people, accuse me of being fake with my number. I don't make that much money. I don't ask for that. We don't ask for that much money. I don't run a bunch of ads. It's not obviously like I don't have a studio. I don't even bother like doing all those blue and purple lights, and I don't try and make my stream look like every other streamer. Just we're literally just like, it's me and Jen. That's it. And I show up every day and I tell you what I think. And apparently people like it enough to keep showing up every day. But that's what we are. Parker's Debates is a much larger creator and only gets 25,000 views. You're looking at the views incorrectly, I think. Let's look at Parker. His live stream debates. I think you're looking at what is it? Is it Parker Get a Job on YouTube too? I like Parker, by the way. All right, let's look at Parker Get a Job. Yeah, I'll just tell you why.
So, what would be the reason why you?
All right, here's Parker Get a Job. This is a replay, and it got 12,000. I promise you, 212,000. I'm not getting those types of numbers on a replay. No chance. You could say whatever you want about, like, I promise you I'm too dumb to figure out how to cheat the system. I just barely learned how to work it. Did Jones get locked up? He's not live anymore. I don't know. I don't know where Jones is at. I haven't heard. Anyways, Bobby, or should we say Rob? Because we all know, like, it's weird. You're just word for word using his arguments. Hey, Jen.
Did you look at our chat?
Yeah. One subscriber. You gotta work on that. Yeah, I see it. Are you talking about this? This is Bobby, old shirtless Joe Jackson. Yeah, I don't know.
Yeah.
I don't know, but Bobby, you're welcome to come up anytime. Let me get one more news story out of the way, and then we'll get out of here. Jen, do you have anything you want to say before I get to that?
Nope.
Okay.
Go ahead.
So,
I mean, I didn't ask for any more donations while we were talking about the creator program stuff. That felt wrong. So
yeah. By the way, while all these people are getting money, can you pay us? Yeah.
Yeah, I didn't say anything during that. So we were like, from my numbers, I mean, you have 135. I know I don't see the Cash App stuff like that. So we're 135 away from our goal. So I guess that's the only thing I have to say.
All right. Now Border Bobby's catching strays. Maybe it could be Border Bobby too. Greg says Bobby is a sour pickle. What's a sour pickle? Is that supposed to be sour? Sour
That's
pickle?
sewer.
Sewer. Why would I say sour? Sewer pickle. Jesus Christ. Can't read. Sully said, I don't trust you because you're a Mavs fan. I think that's fair. I don't know if I'm still a Mavs fan. I haven't decided. I just want to talk about this guy though. Josh, I think it's Bretchen. He is a representative from Oklahoma, and this was last week, but I never covered it. This is more evidence of what I'm afraid of with the Republican Party. It's not that it's just your ideas that suck, because they do. But what's happened is, as you have lost your ideology, and your ideology now is just whatever Trump says, you have to be a dipshit to do it. You have to have no conscience. You have to have you can't think for yourself, because what Trump says is so like blatantly wrong and so obviously wrong that you either have to have zero self-respect or you have to be a dipshit. I think that Josh Bretchen is a dipshit. I do think that Josh Bretchen thinks he's right. And he had a town hall and it did not go well for him.
Previously expressed that you want to make America healthy again, aka MAHA. Without the marketplace created by ACA or Medicaid expansion, many wouldn't be able to afford health insurance or health care. In order to make America healthy again, would you support health care reform that offers a public option to all Americans, such as Japan's model, which prices premiums based on income and is available for all residents to opt into if they wish?
All right. So the question here is, you say you're for healthy Americans. Would you support an option like Japan, where they have everybody's guaranteed health care, but there's also a private option, and you can select from those two? Remember, that's the question. Proud Atheist said, if you are cheating, shouldn't you be cheating bigger? Good point. I should be cheating much bigger.
So you give me a little bit of information there. I would need to know a whole lot more. I am absolutely in favor of the MAHA movement. I met early on with RFK, with a group of us, because with Marco Rubio, who's now Secretary of State, he allowed me to join him when I first got to Congress on the making all SNAP formerly known generations ago as food stamps, to make all SNAP purchases be free of the unhealthy elements of dessert and certain things that we know drive up.
Sir, would you support a public option like in Japan? Let me tell you, I met with RFK Jr. and now I don't want people with SNAP to buy treats. That's not even fucking close to an answer. Like, this is what I'm saying. Like, this is why I think he's a dipshit. Because, like, he's just going, he has no clue what she said. He doesn't, I doubt he knows what a public option is. There's a 0% chance he understands, like, healthcare in other countries. I don't think he understood the question. He just heard Maha and he's like, oh, we made it so poor people can't buy treats.
Obesity rates for kiddos and just, all the correlations, long-term effects of health outcomes. And so I know, based upon what Callie means.
The long-term effects of health outcomes. Those are the long-term effects. You just said the long-term effects of the long-term effects. Right.
Who's been a large part of the RFK Maha movement. Callie has told me personally that our bill that I now have with Mike Lee is a priority for them. We're continuing to push that, y'all. That if you are going to be on SNAP.
Callie means who's just a fucking grifter, who's there selling supplements. Literally in his, like, from wherever they did their interview in the White House, he had his supplements behind him. He was hawking supplements at the White House, and he's like, well, Callie Means told me that he's taking my bill real seriously. Well, once again, your question was about healthcare, but I don't fucking know. So I'm just going to tell you about the people that I talked to. I talked to RFK, and he said I was a good boy. And I talked to Callie Means, and Callie Means said I was a good boy. So I'm a good boy.
And receiving food assistance, we think it's more than wise for the long-term health outcomes for people that may also be eligible for Medicaid, long-term other, when they turn 65, be eligible for Medicare. It is a great investment in its wisdom to make sure we're not allowing the purchase of sugary drinks and prepackaged desserts, and that healthy foods become the standard model again, and that leads to great outcomes, which not only will bless us as a...
Okay, but brother, you were asked about fucking health insurance. Tell me, if he's not stupid, what is he? I think he's stupid. I think he's a dipshit. I don't think he knows what words mean. Because all you have to do to get elected as a Republican is just be like, I love Donald Trump. January 6th is bullshit. Russia, Russia, Russia. The Democrats are evil. Liberal communists. And that's it. That's all it takes. And you wind up with a fucking moron who's asked a question about health insurance and told us about SNAP benefits.
As a nation, make us healthier, but financially will bless us when the downstream effects of health impacts, and the largest driver of our healthcare cost is hospitalization rates, and so many things can be prevented by nutrition and healthy eating. So encourage all of you. I know Oklahoma has been also looking at some things they could do.
It's like, bro, what? By the way, the largest driver of healthcare costs are chronic conditions, like heart disease, diabetes.
State senator back here in the back.
He said hospitalization, right? It's heart disease and diabetes. Like, he can't even get that right. This guy is just like a walking word generator. Just he's like programmed. When they say healthcare, here's the things you say. Nothing he said was right, and at no point was he even close to an answer. Nowhere near an answer.
State rep, I know there's some movement afoot in Oklahoma. I think is petitioned to be able to have some self-determinations over what they can do. Some states are petitioning. I think Oklahoma's joined that relative to the SNAP population. And so, man, that's great. I think Oklahoma needs to lead the way on that. But I'd like to see the entire nation through Mike Lee and I's bill.
Yeah, Oklahoma leads the nation basically at being real fucking shitty at educating children, and that's about it. I also think Oklahoma City, isn't that one of the most dangerous cities? What else does Oklahoma lead the country in? Next he was asked, let me go back to him. I mean, it's going to be confusing the whole time. But now he's asked about the genocide in Palestine. We saw with the first caller today, like, what they've all done is they just pretend it's like they just ignore it. Like, if somebody says Palestine or there's a video, they just close their eyes. They don't even confront it. They're just cool going forward, being told, like, here's your talking point when somebody asks about Palestine.
Okay, Dan's got it. Okay. That's it. Let's do this one more, and then just he happens to be over here. You're close, and You got the lucky draw.
My name is Amanda Dev. This is a little complicated subject. All right. So lobbying, you get paid by AIPAC $35,000.
I did not get paid by AIPAC $35,000.
That's what they have it on your Facebook.
So can I explain to you
on the
what,
thing? Okay, let me I'm going to finish. I'm going to finish, and then you correct me. Okay.
You made a statement, and let me correct it. Okay. AIPAC is an organization that supports Israel. Before I ran for Congress, because of my biblical beliefs, I support Israel. I believe in Genesis 12 and Genesis 17. I believe that there is something very special biblically about the covenant with the land of Israel.
It's not in the Bible. It's not in the Bible.
Let me finish. It doesn't mean I give Israel a pass to do whatever they want to, but I have a biblical...
Yeah, no, it does, though. It fucking does. By the way, the question he was going to ask is, like, you're funded by AIPAC, which he is, and he's like, they don't pay me. Of course not. That's not how PACs work. Everybody understands that. But what is this biblical belief? This is exactly what I'm talking about. Like, they want to know why you're supporting a genocide, and you go, my feelings. I've got these big feelings about a book that I read. And these big feelings tell me that God said that Israel should be able to do a genocide. Now, Israel didn't exist. There was no Israel in the Bible, but I've now taken this verse about the families or the 12 tribes of Israel being reunited and where they will go, and I've now like bastardized it to the point where I'm condoning a genocide, or I'm just letting a genocide happen. Well, it doesn't say that. It just like Genesis. In order to get Genesis 12 and one more, it says, now the Lord has said unto Abraham, get thee out of thy country and from thy kindred and from thy father's house unto a land which I will shew thee, and I will make unto thee a great nation, and I will bless thee and make thy name great, and thou shalt be a blessing. And I will bless them that bless thee, and curse them that curseth thee, and in thee shall all families of the earth be blessed. He's talking about them leaving. Get thee out of thy country and from thy kindred. By the way, this is what Mormons use to verify that the Book of Mormon is real. Mormons use this scripture because the Book of Mormon is a story, and when I was explaining to that guy, like, Mormon's story is better. It makes more sense. Mormons use this verse to say that there was a family in Jerusalem, and that family had to leave its land, which is the story of the Book of Mormon, that they left, they went in boats, and they went to America, and that they would make them a great nation. And I will bless thee, I will bless them that bless thee. And Mormons say that's America, that the people who fled Jerusalem came to America, and that America is that great nation. Better interpretation. Still stupid. Better interpretation. Can't even get a question out. This guy doesn't know what his biblical beliefs are. He doesn't know what he's addressing here. He's just a confident dumb guy, which is all it takes to be a Republican leader at this point. Just be confident and confidently dumb. Nobody's going to push back. I wanted to show you this though. Like, for a guy who says I'm not influenced by my by AIPAC money, here's a video AIPAC put out of him.
I'm Congressman Josh Burkeen, and this is my first time to Israel. It's been a whirlwind of events that we had a chance to get the history on. Behind me is Gaza, and of course the ongoing problems that persist for the IDF trying to do the humanitarian thing of being able to go in and clear out that which is really the threat versus the civilians that are being used as the front. And as Hamas is dropping into tunnels that are coming out of homes, hospitals, synagogues, and not in soldiers' uniforms. And they are hiding behind the civilian population and the desire of Israel.
What's behind him, as a good Christian man, are civilians being murdered endlessly. Children being starved, being shot in the head, hospitals, schools being bombed, people being forced literally into like corrals and being starved to death. That's what's happening behind him. And he's like, I'm here to support those good Israelis who were starving people to death because they didn't. The thing about Hamas is they don't wear the right uniforms. If Hamas would just wear the right uniforms, we'd stop killing children. But until Hamas wears the right clothes, we're going to have to keep killing children because Jesus said so. Yeah, dude, it's totally not because of AIPAC. Your beliefs have nothing to do with AIPAC. You're just over here repeating their talking points. You're just lying on a trip that they paid for, on a video that they posted on their website. But yeah, for sure, this is your religious belief, for sure.
To be able to protect those that are innocent, but to deal with the threat has been so complicated because of just the evil that is using the civilian population, men, women, and children, and then stealing the aid that's coming into this area.
That's so crazy to say. Like, it is so evil to use humans as shields. Agreed. It is evil to use a human being as a shield. It's equally evil to shoot the shield. Don't shoot the shield. That's evil. If there's a child being used as a shield, don't shoot him. In fact, I take it back. It's not equally evil. It's way more evil to shoot the child. That was a big mistake by me. I hope that doesn't get clipped out of context. It's way worse to shoot the child. Way worse. It's way worse to shoot the innocent person. How can you call it evil to have a human shield, but not evil to shoot the human shield? By the way, this isn't happening, but let's just pretend it is. Can somebody show me evidence of the human shields being used? Every time they say human shields, like, hey, why don't you guys bomb a hospital again? Well, sure, Hamas was using the hospital as a human shield. All right, don't bomb it. What if you just didn't bomb it? We got to, because they're evil. They're so evil that we had to kill all these innocent people because they are evil, not us. Why do you think they're evil? Well, they killed innocent people on October 7th. Oh. So you can kill innocent people now. Yeah, that's correct. Yep. It's a who started it thing. So now that innocent people have already died, we're going to kill them all.
And having to have groups that are coming in to make sure.
The background music, too. Another point to our Christian friend. This all is insane. Why do you think they put that music on there? They want it to sound like, it's calming, like this is just the way things are. He's too stupid to make it work. But why do you think they added the music here? Because they want you to emotionally, they want you to know that he feels bad about this. He's a good Christian man. He feels bad about what's happening, but we just got to do what we got to do. I don't know why those kids are out there picking up aid unattended. If you're going to send your kid out there to pick up aid, like, you should just expect that they be shot in the head because October 7th happened.
That Hamas is not co-opting the food, the water supplies for their soldiers, taking it underground in the tunnels and then using the front of the civilian population to their benefit.
And so once Hamas takes that food and those water, which again, let's just pretend that this is true, that Hamas is stealing it and going underground, which I'm sure maybe has happened. And so once we see that Hamas has taken that food, we have no choice but to shoot those children. I'm starting to sound like Bill Clinton here. We have no choice but to starve them to death because Hamas took the food. So if Hamas is going to take the food, we got to bomb hospitals, got to bomb schools. We got to keep people outside in prison. We got to starve them to death because Hamas did this, not us.
It's just heinous what's occurring here, and so grateful that the administration is seeing this thing for what it is and is fully behind the Prime Minister, the Israeli Defense Forces.
Texas, I didn't say they're not stealing. I said I've seen no proof of this. Again, like, you guys are backwards because you have a narrative. If you're going to tell me that Hamas is stealing the food, just show me. I'll believe you. Show me. But why the fuck would I believe Israel? Why would I believe that? Just show me. Everything I know about what's happened in Gaza is reporting either from people with multiple sources, people, or it's stuff I've seen myself. I don't. You guys are the ones that are guessing. They're telling you that the food is being stolen. Where's the evidence of that? That's just is the Israelis saying it. You guys are the ones that are choosing to believe things without evidence, not me. How come they've never showed us evidence that any of these hospitals had like a Hamas communication center underneath it? Zero? There's 30 hospitals in Gaza. 30 of them have been bombed. All 30 have been bombed. All of them with the same justification that it was being used to harbor Hamas. Have we ever seen any evidence that any of those hospitals were being used to harbor Hamas, or that they had communication stations underneath, or command centers is what I was looking for? 0 times we've seen that. And yet you guys believe it. because you just believe, again, like you already have a belief. So whatever they say that confirms your belief, you go with. And anything that you don't like, you ask us for proof. It is not my job to prove somebody's claim incorrect. If you make a claim, you sure as shit better have some fucking evidence. Now I've got to go in, find your claim, and prove it wrong, but they don't have to prove the claim they made was true?
And trying to make sure that we give them the free hand to deal with the murderer who lives in the shed behind the house.
It is ironic that they are calling, that he called Palestine the shed behind the house there. It's for people who pretend that they view Palestinians as human beings. They literally just called all Palestinians the murderers who live in the shed behind the house. Here he is now, like it's more fear-mongering, back to his town hall. Again, I just was showing you that because he said AIPAC didn't form his opinions. Now he's going to talk about what we really need to worry about, and he's going to give you clear evidence that what he's talking about here is happening.
We've got Sharia law trying to be set up in America today. Absolutely we do.
So our electric dad said, she asked about health insurance. They think we're all dumb and they get away with it. Guys, can somebody tell me the city where we're setting up Sharia law real quick, please? Can somebody please tell me about this city? What city do we have Sharia law being set up in? I don't know where we're getting it. Maybe I missed it. Where's the racist Republicans that are going to have this? Susan said, great show. Thank you. Victor said Border Bobby. Could be Border Bobby. Could very well be Border Bobby. DC. We got Sharia law in DC. I've been hearing this since 2002. Ever since September 11th, Republicans have been screaming Sharia law every time they see a Muslim person.
You have Sharia law trying to be established in America today. The Muslim Brotherhood is the ideology, and you've got a Turkey president, guys. We're not going to turn into chaos. We've been really good to each other today. Turkey has a president who has made statements relative to reestablishing the Ottoman Empire. And he wants to be.
Guys, we have to kill the Palestinians because the president of Turkey has made statements referring to the Ottoman, like bringing back the Ottoman Empire. Oh, okay. Well, I didn't know that the president of Turkey, who you don't seem to know who it is, or what statement they made, referred to the Ottoman Empire. But that's good enough for, like, all the Republicans in the room are like, what? They're going to take away our Ottomans? The Muslims are going to take away our Ottomans? I like my Ottoman. I need to keep my Ottoman. So I'm not voting for the Dems anymore because I don't want the Sharia laws to come take away my Ottoman. Bro, what the fuck? What is he saying? This isn't just a guy on TikTok. It's not just like your neighbor. This guy was elected to office. He goes to Congress. He votes on laws. He writes laws. And this is what he's coming back. This is all it takes, because the reality is that's all it took for him. All it took for him to say, like, yeah, let's do a genocide is everything AIPAC told him, and the president of Turkey said, let's bring back the Ottoman Empire. And that was enough for him. He's like, yeah, fuck yeah, let's send them weapons. Let's get rid of Palestine. We're going to turn that into a resort town. That's the reality of what's happened. Like, that was it. That's as much as it takes for a Christian conservative in this country to support a genocide. That's it. Just say Sharia law, and they're off to the races. I want to show you another psychopath on the right. This is Valentina Gomez. They're just doing it now. Like, we're just being racist. We're just being anti-Islamic. This is sorry for anybody who, by the way, I believe all books can be burned. So I have somebody burns a Bible or Quran, I don't care. Sorry if this offends you. If this is a book that you care about, I could give a fuck. But here's what was her name? Valentina Gomez.
Your daughters will be raped and your sons beheaded unless we stop Islam once and for all. We're done turning the other cheek.
Hallelujah is the music in the background there. It's an elected Republican. Remember the Secretary of Defense? Remember that guy? He's like, we should kill all Muslims. And then you guys all saw that, and you're like, we do need that guy to be our Secretary of Defense, though. Like, he's clearly not a genocidal maniac. And they were like, hey, remember when you said that? And he's like, yeah. He's like, but I love Muslims.
Remember, David didn't pray for Goliath. He killed them. America is a Christian nation, so those terrorists must...
So don't even pray for him. Don't even pray for him anymore. Just kill him.
Can fuck off to any of the 57 Muslim nations. There is only one true God, and that is the God of Israel.
Dude, Fox News missed that one? She literally just said, Muslims will kill your children. Don't pray for them. Just kill them. Not a peep from Fox News. Not a peep. She's in for a rude awakening. If Republicans can accomplish their goals and turn this into their Christian ethno state, I got bad news for her. She's not. There's going to be a bunch of people in that party that just based on her appearance alone are not going to want her around anymore. It's sick when you see that. Like if you can take somebody's religion and say that they don't deserve anything but death just based on their religion, like you don't think somebody can do that with your ethnicity too? People are insane. All right, we're talking about groceries. This made me laugh. Like this, I can't. I don't know how many more times I've said he's just a dumb guy. That's the point I want to get across. Is this is just a dumb guy.
Go ahead.
Well, no, I had a couple of related questions. One is I've heard President Trump say more than once that he has lowered drug prices by 1,500%. I'm not sure how that works. And the other is, can you tell me what specific bills we've passed or worked on that would lower grocery prices?
Yeah. Well, ma'am, you're talking about things relative to state level. And so you're mixing federal and state.
No, she asked you about Trump's quotes. When Trump said, I have lowered gas prices and I have lowered food prices. And I'm going to lower she's asking you about a quote from your president. She's not confused. Trump might be. But just so we know, she's asking about Trump. So this answer should be directed at Donald Trump here.
In terms of if you look at what the 18 enumerated powers say, the 18 enumerated powers that every member of Congress holds up their hand and swears an oath to uphold and defend the Constitution. And most people who run for Congress don't know those 18 enumerated powers. And they don't know the 10th Amendment that says the powers not delegated to the United States by the Constitution nor prohibited by it to the states are reserved to the states or their people respectively. And so what I'm saying to you is Oklahoma, if you want to have that conversation about grocery taxes, they've been having that conversation.
Not grocery taxes, grocery prices. Prices. Taxes and prices are different, but this guy's a fucking idiot. So he doesn't know that.
Yeah, but what I'm saying is, but relative to constitutional authority and the way that I have my staff analyze things, what we're allowed to do, okay, what we're allowed to do is.
She didn't ask him what he's allowed to do. Like I don't know if this guy like should be on his own. I don't know if he should be here without a babysitter. He hasn't come close to an answer so far. She asked about Trump claiming that he lowered these prices. Now he's talking about like, oh, I don't have the power to lower prices. Me and my staff, the way we look at things. That's not the question you were asked, bud.
It has to be under the framework. We are given tax status, but tell me the federal tax right now on groceries.
You see how everybody's quiet? They're like, bro, what? And he thinks he's cooking too. He thinks this silence is nobody has an answer. Nobody has an answer because nobody knows what the fuck you're talking about. We're talking about grocery prices, not grocery taxes. Which, by the way, like you are in Congress, like you guys can pass taxes, but like nobody's asking you about grocery taxes. And by the way, Congress could raise the price of groceries just like Trump did. If you slap tariffs on things, it raises the prices of groceries. Like if you like avocados, for example. I don't know if you guys have this, but in Arizona, like if I go to the store, I have Mexican avocados and locally sourced avocados. I don't even know where they grow them. But they're different prices. And the ones from Mexico used to be cheaper. And then they kind of just fluctuate. That's how this works. Bananas, for example. If you put tariffs on bananas, they're going to be more expensive. That's a thing that Donald Trump is doing by himself to raise the price of groceries. He did it, but he's claiming that he drove down the prices of groceries. So the people in the audience are confused. Even the ones that are supporting him, wouldn't you guys like an answer for this? Wouldn't the Republicans that are here like an answer for why Donald Trump keeps claiming that gas is below $2 and that he lowered the prices of food? Don't you guys want to know why this guy keeps saying things that aren't true? But he's like, oh, well, you tell me what the grocery tax is.
On groceries. So what I'm saying is state. You're talking about state. Who's next?
So what I'm saying is state. This is like George Bush with a head injury. It's like, what's going on? The reason they're quiet, sir, is because nobody knows what the fuck you're saying, and you're an elected official. One of the dumbest I've ever seen in my entire life. Where is this one? Yeah, there's this one. Now he's going to have somebody ask about the big, beautiful bill and the cuts to Medicare, Social Security, and Medicaid. Now, is there anybody in this chat, Republican or otherwise, just give me a thumbs up if you believe that there were no cuts to Medicaid, Social Security, and Medicare. Just a thumbs up, and then we're gonna call the authorities and do a wellness check on you. Of course, there were cuts, right? Like that's what the bill was. The bill didn't say like specific. It said, here's how much we need to cut from Social Security, from Medicare, and from Medicaid. So of course those things happened, right? Apparently, a guy who voted for the bill is unaware of this.
I grew up on a farm just over the county lines. I'm sure you grew up down Data. I want to clarify a few points. You can check this on congress.gov, the text of the One Big Beautiful Bill. It cuts Medicare.
It's good to see Boss Hogg reincarnated here.
Over $50 billion, including over $30 billion.
It doesn't touch Medicare.
I think you might want to reread the bill.
Sir, I've been involved in the process. I've been on the budget committee. It doesn't touch Medicare.
It also
does. He said it doesn't affect Medicare. Anybody believe that? What were I'm trying to remember what the total amount. How much did the big beautiful bill cut from Medicare? I don't remember what the total was. I want to say it was like $100 billion. $536 billion is what it cut. $536 billion. He says none.
The budget committee doesn't touch Medicare.
It also
Are you meaning Medicaid?
I'm also meaning, well, it cuts Medicaid as well. Largely cuts.
Excuse me. There has been no cuts to Medicaid and Medicare. What are you talking about? The big, I don't know what you guys read. It states specifically that that's how they're paying for the tax cuts. That's why it's like it's 1-to-1. They're cutting. Otherwise, like when they say that they're cutting waste, fraud, and abuse, even if you believe that they are only cutting waste, fraud, and abuse, which is you're insane if you think that, because like statistically that doesn't match up. But how are you saying there's no cuts when the Republicans are saying that we're cutting waste, fraud, and abuse? You can't have no cuts, but also cuts for waste, fraud, and abuse. There would still be cuts there.
Medicaid, including over $2 billion for the state of Oklahoma. You have put my hospital at risk, sir. I'm a weak my life. You must admit, all my friends really know how easy it is to get hurt on the job. I'm sure you do too. Why? When we can read this and we can read the text of the bill on congress.gov, why should we believe what's in this?
Because what you're saying is not true. You don't have any facts to back up what you just said.
Excuse me? They said that they needed to cut from Medicare, Medicaid, and Social Security. And he says you don't have facts to back up what you just said. This is a constituent. The constituent's right. He's wrong. He's not going to defend it. He's just going to say you don't have facts.
Any facts to back up what you just said? You don't have facts to back up what you just said. I'm sorry. You just don't.
Bob said, I read the whole article. It's not an article, dipshit. It's a fucking bill. Did you read the CBO scoring? I read an article, and you didn't even read the article. Yeah, if you're reading an article, you're not reading the bill, Bob. I didn't just read the headline. I don't believe you read a headline or an article, Bob. I think you heard something and you're repeating it. But we covered the bill here. The Republicans called for cuts to all of those. And even what you're saying is in disagreement with him. When you're saying that all they were cutting out was money to illegal immigrants, that's still a cut, right? So even if that was true, Bob, is that a cut or not a cut? Bob. The problem is that you're a dipshit too. And when they said, we're only cutting out the stuff to illegals, you went, oh, okay. That makes sense. But they had a certain amount they needed to cut. In this case, $536 billion, Bob. I challenge you, Bob, to go find $536 billion over the course of, I think, 8 years that was going to be allocated to illegal immigrants for Medicare. Go find it, Bob. Maybe don't read an article, though, this time, Bob. Maybe read the bill, Bob, or a CBO score, Bob.
This is the problem. People will make statements and they don't have facts to back it up.
Yeah, it's you, dude. First of all, also, where the fuck is your chin? Is that how they breed you in Oklahoma? Where's your chin? Why does it blend into your neck? I can't stand that guy. You don't have any facts. Yeah, like, what do you do with somebody that's that stupid, that's in a position of power? I think that's what you're seeing from the audience. They're all very confused. By the way, this was a screenshot somebody took in May of 2025. It was when the CBO score came out. They were all handed talking points, and old dipshit here, Josh Breshin, he forgot to cover it up. And you see if you recognize any of these talking points. The Congressional Budget Office is one of President Trump's most powerful opponents in trying to get the one big and beautiful bill through Congress. This opposition to conservative reforms has a long history at the Congressional Budget Office. He got notes on how to smear the CBO. When liberals want to spend, the CBO estimates that it will cost less than it ultimately costs. In this deliberate and consistent undercounting, CBO helps in growth of bigger and bigger government. Look at the way it's so dumb. Where's their evidence for any of this, by the way? These are the talking points they're handed to him. Did they give him any evidence? Unlike the wave of supply-side economists who revolutionized tax policy under Reagan, Gingrich, and Trump, the bean counters at CBO consistently underestimated the growth impact of the conservative tax cuts. Okay. He just forgot. He has notes out here of how to, like, talk shit about the CBO. Hey, are you cutting Medicaid? Let me tell you how much I hate the CBO. This guy is a walking talking point, and he's bad at it. He can't remember his talking points. He's pretty fucking shitty at this, but those are his notes because Republicans don't know how to address anything. They just have to be given. It's like, if anybody brings up that this is going to accelerate the debt, let me ask you this question, Republicans, just so we're here. If this doesn't require accelerating the debt, if this bill, the CBO said it's going to increase the debt by, I think, $7 trillion, might be $8 trillion, depending on which scoring you're looking at. If it's actually going to reduce the debt, why did they raise the debt ceiling? Why did they need $5 trillion in accessible debt? You understand that, right? Republicans, while they're telling you that this will actually drive down our debt, also approved raising the debt ceiling. Why? If it's paying for itself, it's paying down the debt, you don't need a debt ceiling. You should be able to lower the debt ceiling, right? Not increase it. Why'd they increase the debt ceiling by $5 trillion? What you should be learning today, Bob, and this should be very apparent to you, and you're not going to, you're just going to leave. You don't know how to defend any of this either, and nobody that works for your party knows how to defend this. And it's not because they're all stupid. Many of them are. It's because math exists. Okay? And words have meanings. And numbers have meanings. The reason nobody can defend this is because you're being lied to, Bob. They don't want to pay charge rich people taxes. And so because of that, they have to steal from poor people. And when I say steal, I mean steal. I don't mean like taxation is theft steal. I mean, I give you money to pay for my Social Security and you use it for something else. That's theft. I give you money to pay for that is slotted for Medicaid or Medicare and you steal it. That is theft. When I pay income tax, I'm agreeing that what I pay you for is to pay the government's bills, and I'm not really going to have a say in that. But when we're talking about Social Security specifically and Medicare specifically, that is money that we are setting aside for us. It's itemized. So what you're seeing right now is a Republican body who looks at our financial situation and they go, well, what we can't do is charge these rich people more money because like they own us. But what we could do is we could tell people like Bob who don't read, oh, I didn't read just the headline. I read the whole article over on Fox News. They just convince you that somehow in the next 8 years, we were going to spend $500 billion on giving out Medicare for illegal immigrants. And you just believed that. When they told you that number, you didn't even think about it. You didn't think twice about it. You just went with it because you've already been conditioned to think that illegal immigrants are bad and everything. Like we just got to get rid of them. So no matter what number they or language they attach to somebody who's here illegally, it doesn't matter. You're just going to believe it. I realized I had fucked up the gift goal while we were talking there. 500. You think we were going to spend $563 billion on illegal immigrants with Medicare, Bob? Cool. All right. Let me get through comments and then we'll get out of here. Oh, should I have a doctor's appointment? I just was made aware of. This from today? Make sure. Kimberly said I was Oh, I did that one, but I can't with the Lord debate. Hopefully, Kimberly, you came back after the Lord debate. I think we're all set there. Go to Discord. Carol said, thanks for the education today. Alyssa, thank you. Bobby, good to see your profile picture again. Pink said, why did the non-binary minor go west? Because there's gold in their heels. That's pretty good. Kim said, thanks for dumping that guest. I think I got them all. Jen, did I miss anything? It's all the Four Seasons hotel. That's right. I forgot we were going to house them in all the Four Seasons hotels. That's right. Yeah, that's a good question too, Mike. If tariffs are bringing in so much, why are we printing money? What'd you say? What'd you say, Jen?
I said not that I know of.
Okay, cool. All right, everybody. We'll be back tomorrow morning and every weekday morning, 9:30 a.m. to 1 Pacific Standard Time, right here, wherever you watched us today. For those of you who are able to help us out with our gift goal, thank you so much. For those of you who are able to help out with your eyeballs, thank you so very much. I hope I didn't piss off some of you with the coverage we had on Chorus. But if we did, my DMs are open. If you have stuff that you think I've missed, if there's some context you think I missed in those, feel free to send them to me on Discord or on Twitter. That's where I check the most. And I'll check those out. I'll gladly issue any correction if I got anything wrong there. Other than that, you can catch the replay on YouTube. You can catch clips on TikTok and YouTube and Twitter and Instagram. Make sure you follow us there. If you haven't already subscribed and you're here, make sure you're subscribed to the channel so you see when we go live. And we do have some member-only events coming up. We have paid subscriptions on TikTok, Twitch, and YouTube. If you're a paid subscriber on any one of those platforms, you are eligible to join our members-only events. And I'll have hopefully I'll have announcements on that later this week. Other than that, take care of yourselves, guys. Drink some water. It's hot as shit outside. Say nice things to yourself. Be friendly to your neighbors. Stay cute and cool. And have a great, great summer. Bye.